All right, that was a good question. But on that note, I'm going to get started. Let's do 3 more of these drafts. What's up, Italy? Hope you're doing all right. I know it was one of the hardest hit countries by the coronavirus. Hope you guys are recovering over there. Thanks, Blackwater. Still a little too big on the webcam. What's up, Spain? Hope y'all doing okay over there as well. Alright, so this rare I don't think is very good. Cycling is the best deck in the format, but Unpredictable Cyclone, like, you can play it. I mean, maybe once in a blue moon you would cast it and it has Cycling, but I don't think it's a good card. Porcupine Parrot's fine. Nothing wrong with first picking it, but it's more of a third pick, fifth pick quality card. Good in a heavy mutate deck, because if you start picking it for 2 or 3, that's incredible. Skull Prophet's obviously good if you're black-green, but it's a gold card. You have to be exactly black-green. Zenith Flare is the most busted card in the cycling deck. It's better than any rare. It's better than any mythic. This is where they made a mistake. I think Dragon Stingers are fine. I actually think the one colorless off-color cyclers are fine. Zenith Flare is a mistake. And while I don't force cycling, I wouldn't even take Dragon Stinger here out of this pack if Zenith Flare wasn't in it. I am going to take the most broken card in the best deck. The best card to build around if we do end up seeing cycling. You should not be passing Zenith Flares early in drafts. This card is so broken. Literally, if the rest of your deck are cycling cards for the most part, a few enablers that don't, or whatever, and most of the enablers have cycling, and most of the build-arounds have cycling, you just play things in cycle, and then this just does 10. Like, sometimes more. Like, it is ridiculous. This card should have been a mythic rare. Alright, let's see. Fight as One is pretty good in the cycling deck. It does have some cyclers and non-cyclers, but not anything special there. You're not looking for a trick, but it is a good trick in that deck. You have the stingers, you have a lot of humans and some non-humans too, so it does work out. Duskfang Mentor's good. I'm not going to take Coordinated Charge like a 2-mana cycler that's not even very good. This pack is just horrible. It's not only horrible for cycling, it's just horrible all around. Like, the 2 uncommons here, Duskfang Mentor and Fight as One, are the 2 best cards in this entire pack. This pack is just abysmal. So I'm going to take Fight as One because it goes better with my first pick, and it and the Black Mentor are pretty comparable in terms of how good they are. But that's just like, yeah, that's just like the worst pack overall, period. Alright, there are plenty of little creatures in the cycling deck, and again, we might just play white something else, we might not play cycling. I'm going to try and play cycling when I start with the Zenith Flare, but if it's being overdrafted at my table, there's no guarantee I'm going to play it. I don't force my first pick. But I do have the broken build around from the best archetype, so that's a big deal. This is no Dragon Stinger. That said, in this pack, it's an easy swallow whole. It'll be good in the cycling deck, plenty of little 2/2s for 2 and stuff to use it with. Additionally, you're not trying to attack that much. People are attacking you, so that's when Swallow Hole shines the best. And if we go some other white-black humans deck or whatever, we'll still be totally happy to have Swallow Hole. So this pick is easy. It's the best card in the pack overall. We've gotten back-to-back white uncommons. I mean, 3 of them if you count the Flare, but we haven't really seen much in the way of other cycling stuff yet. Okay, so this pack is, again, not great. Boneyard Lurker is the best card in the pack this time. Doesn't go with our white stuff or our cycling theme. Frostville Ambush is a 1-mana cycler, if we do want to keep going down that path, which we do, don't get me wrong. Again, do I force the best deck? No, I don't take Dragon Stinger over Shore Shark. Do I force my first pick? No, if I have a Dragon Stinger, I'm not going to try that hard to play it. Zenith Flare is totally busted. But, so now we have an interesting choice. Like, this is one of the best cards in the set. Like, view this as an S-tier mythic rare, if you can get the cycling deck. It is literally the best card in the best archetype. And that deck digs through its deck all the time, so you have it almost every game. Like, it is incredible. That said, Boneyard Lurker here, definitely the better card. That's Frostville Ambush would be the pick for cycling. I'm not going to miss one 1-mana cycler. Plenty of time to pick those up. If we do go white-black humans, which is probably the other deck we're looking at, like a white-black creature deck, Boneyard Lurkers, you don't have to have green mana to cast it in your deck. You can mutate it for 2 colorless black-black, in which case it's a really strong card. You turn one of your little, like, small 1 or 2 drops. Obviously, you can't turn humans. You can't mutate with humans, but you turn one of your 1 or 2 drops into a 4/4 and buy back your best dead creature. Boneyard Lurker is something I'm going to miss a lot more than a random Frostveil Ambush. So I'm going to grab that there. Now we can take Will of the All Hunter. This will be good in either the white creature deck or the cycling deck. It's a nice card with cycling 2 and a powerful trick. Thank you, Zlubars. Appreciate the subscription. Appreciate the 15 months of support. So again, we're still waffling between those two archetypes. We're basically committed to white. All three of these white uncommons are quite good. And then we've got two other uncommons that are quite good, but probably won't go in the same deck. This pick, there's the 1-mana Cycler, and it's white. Fine card. Not particularly good for a humans or a little white aggro deck, but we can still play white-green or something else, who knows. Shredded Sails is a 2-mana cycling removal spell. It's a pretty good card to play in the main of cycling, but, I mean, we'll just take the 1-mana white one. It's not really over anything. So now we can get a cycling land. Those are always good. Flood Out is one of the main ways you lose with that deck, or any deck. This also could give us the ability to splash, like to cast Boneyard Lurker, like if we go white-green or white-black. This happens to be the white-green-black Abzan land. So this looks like a pretty easy pick to me. That's a late naturalist, so I mean, I have to keep my eyes on white-green. White-green isn't a deck I really like, but if you are human, non-human, and you've got all these uncommons that would be pretty good in white-green, I'm definitely willing to draft it. I'm going to take the Triome here because it's a perfect Triome for us no matter where we end up. But we're definitely keeping our eyes on cycling, which is still our goal to play because we still have Zenith Flare and we're seeing white. So even though we didn't get a lot of cycling stuff, we did get a bunch of good white cards. And like Swallowhole is excellent in the cycling deck. They have to attack you. It's cheap, efficient removal. Will of the All Hunters is a great cycling trick. And as I've talked about, Zenith Flare is totally busted. Alright, so Poacher, but we've seen very little black. So I think I'm going to take the cycling card again here with Go for Blood. 1-mana cycling spell you can cast. So I am going to try and draft cycling. I'm not forcing it, but we haven't seen Blood Curdles. We haven't seen incredible stuff to push us in other directions. Now I am going to keep our options a little open for white-black here and take Durable Coilbug, a card I like a lot in white-black with Mutual Destruction and to mutate onto with Boneyard Lurker, over Hampering Snare. I'm not unless we get Yorion and we need to make a 60-card deck, I'm not worried about missing out on a 2-mana off-color cycler, like a cycler for 2 from a different color. No big deal. We have plenty of playables for a 40-card deck. Alright, Plummet's a sideboard card. We're playing best of 3. Dark Bargain, playable. I don't know. Offspring's Revenge sucks. Random Trick, okay, whatever. And let's see what the next pack is going to give us. Hopefully another Zenith Flare. It would be the best card in the set to open, and it is a Mythic Rare. I mean, it is an uncommon that performs as a Mythic Rare. Offspring's Revenge is quite bad. I actually tried it once, and playing that kind of mana to get a 1/1 a turn while you have dead creatures isn't good. If you have, like, you know, a bunch of stuff it synergizes with, okay, but it is a really situational card. Yeah, in the right deck, with the right set of cards, it can be fine. But it is a very situational card. It is not a card you want to be forcing yourself or trying to draft around. Okay, this pack kind of sucks. I mean, Archipelago is busted, but we saw no blue in pack 1. It's black, green, and white that we seem to be seeing. So we got to assume the people passing to us are playing red-blue, and a lot of it, which is totally fine to still go cycling, or to go like white-black or black-green or whatever. That's the stuff we're seeing. So I'm not going to look at Archipelago, which is the only like tier 1 card in the pack. The next best card in the pack is probably Neutralize. And again, we saw no blue pack 1. So what can we take? We can take Vantasaur for a 1-mana cycler that is castable. We can take Coilbug for white-black. Farfinder's not a card we really want here. I mean, I guess now we're not going to play that unless we do that. So I guess I have to first pick this Vantasaur, which is an embarrassment. I mean, I guess I could have took the Wolverine, but we're not really a spell-heavy cycling deck. Like, we already had a Vantasaur. We don't really have, like, a ton of the cheap cycling spells yet. I mean, maybe Wolverine is better than Vantasaur, but Vantasaur's pretty good. It's a 1-mana cycler, but you also just cast it. It's a 6-mana 3/6. And remember, mitigating Flood is very important in this deck. Okay, well, now I'm going to take one of these red-white cycling cards again, because they are the best cards in the pack anyway. None of the cards in this pack are especially good. I mean, Ram Through is fine, and we are seeing some green, but, I mean, there's no reason to take Ram Through over Marmoset and Will. I wouldn't say that either one of these cards are busted. I would say they're both fine. but we do already have a Will. I think Will can be better, but given we don't have a lot of the 2-mana 2/2s, I think we kind of want the Marmoset there. I actually like this card in White-Red Cycling quite a bit, Sanctuary Lockdown, usually. The 2/3 that taps when you cycle, Stinger and Healer are all humans, and the 2-mana 3/1 is a human that makes 1/1 humans, so Sanctuary Lockdown can be quite ridiculous in that deck. But we're looking at a creature light version right now, which is fine. We can close with Zenith Flare, but Sanctuary Lockdown's not going to be playable if we don't end up with a bunch of those 2-mana 2/2s. But otherwise, there's like a Vulpikeet, a Poacher if we go white-black still, a Forbidden Friendship, which offers us next to nothing. This pack is horrible for us. This pack is horrible no matter what we end up drafting. We're seeing some pretty rough picks here. I guess I'm going to take the Lockdown just because it's over nothing, just in case we see a bunch of Stingers and Healers, but that pick was just egregiously bad. Okay, well, finally getting paid off with one of the best uncommon payoffs for the deck after Zenith Flare. Save Thundermane is awesome. Happy to pick that up. Nothing exciting for the deck here, but a 1-mana Cycler is always good. Think that since we didn't open Vivian, we didn't open a Broken Black Rare, we got past a Thundermane, we are going to pretty much hone in on cycling now. I can't keep passing 1-mana Cyclers to keep my options open, or we won't end up with enough playables. This pack doesn't offer anything, though, for the cycling deck. You would never play Patagia Tiger in that deck. So, our other option still is white-black. That is our backup option. So I'm going to grab Poacher, which is excellent in white-black. I mean, I would never play Dart in this deck unless I had Loris for that combo. Lava Serpent is better than Shredded Sails unless you have a bunch of spell synergy, like 2 Wolverines. We don't. They both cycle for 2. They're both castable. 5/5 haste, more game winning. Again, cycle early, trigger your stuff. Late game, start casting 3/6 Vigilances and 5/5s. You could do worse than that. No 1-mana Cyclers. We'll take the Uncolor 2-mana 1. Vulpikeet is fine in like a mutate white-based deck. The problem with Vulpikeet is it's kind of like it doesn't really have a great home. Cycling doesn't want it. You're not looking for like a small mutate creature. Most of your creatures are humans. Humans will play Vulpikeet, but again, most of your creatures are humans, so it's not awesome there. Like, if you have like a white-blue deck with like good things that are non-human to mutate onto and a bunch of flyers, Vulpikeet is excellent. There's nothing wrong with the text and casting cost of Vulpikeet. It just doesn't really have great homes in this format. White-red, the cycling deck isn't that interested. White-black is a human-based deck. White-blue, it's pretty good in. I don't really draft much white-green. I'd like to develop my ability to draft white-green. I'm just not even sure what it's supposed to do. I do think there are other players, at least one if not two in this 8-person, drafting cycling. I do not think it's wide open. This is a draft where if we didn't open a Zenith Flare, if we opened some good mutate uncommon or something, I would probably not be playing cycling. I would probably be playing green-black mutate or something like that. But again, we did open the best card in the format for the best deck in the format. And then we saw more than enough, and white was an open color. It's not like the people around us were drafting white. But we're not tabling 1-mana Cyclers. We're not seeing, like, constant Dranis Stingers. I do feel like there is another player in this pod playing cycling, at least one, if not two. Easy Thundermane here, though. And again, we don't really have spell synergy, so there's no reason to take this 2-mana Cycler over this 1-mana one. They're about equivalent in terms of casting. Maybe the 2-mana one's a little better, but of course cycling for 1 is more valuable than that. This pack has no playables for us. I don't think this is a Forbidden Friendship deck. Sometimes I play that in my decks, but I don't think we're going to end up using the human enchantment. We haven't gotten stingers or healers. We have, like, no humans. In fact, I don't even know if I'm going to play Fight as one. I probably will, just because it can protect us, have a Thundermane on the cheap. But I don't think we're super interested in any of Friendship. Guess I can take an Evolving Wilds. Thinning out the deck is never a bad thing when you see half your deck or more every game. And it is a mana fixer for a deck that wants to play, like, 13 lands. Thanks for that subscription, Peanut. Appreciate the support. I guess Divine Arrow is better than an off-color 2-mana cycling, and there's no other playables for us. I assume it has to be Rooting Moloch. Cycles for 2, but also you're going to cast it sometimes and then cast something else. It's a lot better with Stingers and Healers, because, like, Thundermane is amazing, way better than Healer or Stinger, but it doesn't have cycling, so it doesn't actually work with the Moloch. Frostville Ambush would be nice, but we have plenty of 1-mana cyclers, 3 Imposing Vantasaurs here. I mean, I want more, of course, but I think the Moloch's a strong enough card to prevent Flood. Now I'm going to grab the Red-White Duel over the 2-mana cycler. Again, fixing your mana for your 12, 13 land decks is huge. Keensight Mentor can be okay, but I don't think we really have any vigilance. We do have almost all non-humans to buff, so that's an option. Farfinder would not do anything for us because we don't really have Mutate to put on top of it, which is the main reason to play it. The Savate Crystal's okay. We could use this to ramp once in a blue moon and cycle when we want to. It's probably the right pickup. I mean, I'm planning to play 2-mana off-color cyclers. This is a card we can cast sometimes. Like I said, this was not a draft where cycling was wide open. This is a draft where white was open, and we didn't have enough of a reason to switch when we started with Zenith Flare. If I had not opened Zenith Flare, there's no way I'd be playing the cycling deck in this pod. But this is how it's supposed to work with the best archetype. You're not supposed to Stone Force it or anything, but if you open the best card for it, you should look for it pretty heavily. If you open Shore Shark, then you take Shore Shark, and then you switch into cycling if no one's drafting it, and you stay out of cycling if it's being overdrafted. This is actually healthy, I would say. Don't think these cards matter. That's a nice castable Cycling 2 pickup. We do have a decent amount of lands here, and Flood is going to be a real issue. Like, you can't play 23-17 in Cycling. Don't get me wrong, like, we only need to stick a couple cards from the sideboard in. Maybe we have a few Cyclers or just a few castable cards that were just, like, not great. But this is not the impressive Cycling deck that I 3-0'd with yesterday. This is a very medium deck, but we do have 2 Thundermanes, we have a Zenith Flare, so, I mean, life could be worse. Pretty happy with the deck overall, but again, it's like not a great version of it, but it's still like quite a good deck, assuming we can get to enough playables. So let's get rid of the off-color lands, because this is just a red-white deck. 4, 8, 11. Let's assume we're going to play like 15. We have 1 cycling. We can spend our mana pretty well. We have all these 6 mana cards, and we have 1 cycling land, 1 thin-out land. Plus, we just don't have that many playables on the board. So I assume we're going to end up like 15 lands or so. That's 6, 6, 3. So we need 2 more cards. Self-mill's not really a problem, no. So we'll just play a random 2-drop. That thing's good at trading off, even if it's not a good card. None of these cards even cycle. Nothing we can do with that. Yeah, I guess it's going to have to be Dart. It also kind of leads to Flood out, but this deck isn't that prone to Flood for a cycling deck. We have a cycling land, but also we have a bunch of 6-drops. Like, there's nothing wrong with starting to cast 6-mana 3/6 Vigilances and 5/5 Hastes. Those aren't great cards for their casting cost, so you don't put those in a normal deck. But of course, you can cycle them and then shock things with Thundermane or fuel your Zenith. And then if you have 6 mana, nothing wrong with casting 3/6 Vigilances and 5/5 Hastes. Okay, for now, we can go get a Plains, then we have a Mountain and a Plains. And then from there, we can make our choice later whether to cycle the Triumph or play it. So no real choices here. This is not best of... Oh, it is best of 1? I meant to do best of 3. Well, I guess we're doing best of 1. Unless they made the best of 3 ranked, which would be amazing. Well, I apologize. We can switch to best of 3 or do more best of 1 after this, whatever people want. I didn't mean to do best of 1. I guess I just joined the wrong queue on accident. They do look pretty similar. Okay, so we haven't drawn another land. We only really need 3. We'll see when it goes to sideboarding or doesn't. Obviously, it's not a big deal either way, of course. Last week, I did best of 1. This week, I've been doing best of 3. I like both. They're both with humans. It's not a big deal either way. So, we need 3 lands. I have 1 land in hand, but it does cycle. I think what I'm going to do now is cycle main phase. If we draw a land, I'll hold on to the Triome, because I don't really need the 4th land in play anytime soon. If I don't draw a land, then I'll play the Triome tapped. So let's cycle the 2-mana cycler we're least likely to cast, I think. And then since we drew a land, I'm just going to play that, because I can cycle this Triome and keep digging up my Zenith and put another cycler in the yard. And now I can cycle this end of turn, so I'm not that worried about continuing to hit land drops, and I have something to cast. I like Coilbug quite a bit. I'm a pretty big fan of Coilbug. You can mutate onto it, and then if they kill it, you don't get blown out because it recurs. You can sack it to Mutual Destruction or Poacher. I like Poacher a lot too in this format. I have found Coilbug to be quite strong. So if I attack, they block sack. That's kind of a good interaction for them. But all they can attack me back with is Poacher. And then 5 to recur is a lot in the early game. So I think it's still right to attack here. If they take it, I'm ecstatic, because I've got multiple things I want to cycle and basically nothing else to do. Oh, wow, they did take it. Cool. I mean, they may have removal or something. But again, I have nothing else to do this turn, so it's whatever. And I kind of want to see whether I draw lands or not, again, because I have a 6-drop I want to cast now. But, I mean, I don't... You know, I'll play Triumph if I need to, but I'd also rather still cycle it and dig further to Zenith and Thundermane and all of that stuff. Hey, what's up, Voxy? The bug is awesome. I hope you agree. So it's not important I get the 5/5 haste out rather than cycle this land. So as long as I keep drawing lands to play, I'm going to hold on to the Triumph. Like, it's not imperative that I cast Lava Serpent next turn or anything. But if I didn't find any more lands, then I'd have a handful of spells, almost all of which would cycle. So then I would play the Triumph just to hit my land drop. Voxy is pro bug. Glad to hear it. Me too. Team bug. I don't know why they didn't block there. They should have blocked there. Alright, let's see. We can play the Moloch, get back to Go for Blood. I wouldn't mind Go for Blooding the Poacher. If they kill the Moloch, I may lose the Go for Blood. I may have nothing to fight with. But I think it's worth the risk. There's no reason to put another removal spell in their hand. Maybe they have one, maybe they don't. I'm still not going to play the Triumph, because next turn, we want to play Go for Blood, not Lava Serpent. If they don't have a removal, then we have something to do. We can cycle more. Remember, Mitigating Flood is very important. This is a 15-land version, which is a heavy land version. Obviously, if I draw a 2-lander with Triumph in my opener, I'll play it. But if we can keep finding land cycling, it's better for us not to play it. So let's get rid of that Poacher. No more value for you, opponent. And I'm going to attack. If they block, even though it's kind of an ugly 2-for-1, it puts 2 more cycling cards in the graveyard and prolongs the game. If they take it, I'm happy to race because I have the Zenith Flare. So I'm very happy to do damage to both of us. I'm going to go ahead and cycle the Triome now. This way if I get a land, I can play it. If not, I use all 3 mana. I may end up having a Zenith Flare the 6/6, but I may not. We'll see what else they do. It's currently on 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. As you can see, Zenith Flare gets out of hand extremely quickly. Of course, Honey Mammoth is a real threat. But we can just Zenith Flare it if we must. And I think we must. They have nothing. They have 1 card in hand, a bug. We have a 3/6 to cast, a removal spell, and a 5/5 in hand. I think we just have to Zenith Flare the Mammoth. We could fuel it for 1 more, but I don't even think I want to do that. I think I want to just cast this 3/6 Vigilance, most likely. So, if I had drawn a land this turn, I would have played Serpent and attacked for 5. I'm not scared to race and take another hit for 6 when I'm holding this life gain spell. But we didn't draw the land, so for now, I'm just going to play the long game. I've got 6 cards in hand to their 3. 3/6, 5/5 haste, removal. Okay, no reason to hold on to 2. Oh, I lied. I'm actually just going to play this because Will of the All Hunter on block is really good. You keep the counters. So I was going to cycle Shredded Sail to try and pull up a land, but now I'll just let them attack, block, and then I'll play the Will, because even though I don't really want to use a trick to kill Bug, which comes back, I'll keep the +2/+2 counters. Well, change of plans, but Divine Arrow will hit that, so we're still in good shape. Now we can't block it, but we'll arrow... Oh, no, we can. It's a 5/5. Boo. Well, now there's a game again. So I can't Will or Divine Arrow it, so I guess we're going to have to cycle Shredded Sails. Cardboard Live is open, so let me know if it's not... Oh, there's an update. Good catch, Medneffin. I'm updating now. It shouldn't be working because there's an update. Still no land 6. 3/1 can still block 2/2. Can take another hit for 4. Plenty of mana for now, so I guess let's cycle once now in case we hit our land drop. And then we'll pass. Next turn we can play a second creature, and then we should be okay at blocking that 4/4, assuming they don't have much more. Nothing I can do about that. We might actually be dead now. I'm not really sure. I mean, we can arrow the 2/2, but then we have to play 2 creatures. I don't think I have much in the way of other removal, but I don't think I have much in the way of choices. This game just broke pretty awkwardly. I thought we were looking really good. Guess I got punished for cycling that Triome, but again, I didn't want to run out of ammo against a potentially grindy deck. So this has Menace, so we have to dig. I'm not sure what I have to dig to. I don't have a Pacifism. Oh, I have a Swallow Hole, but I don't have any cheap creatures to cast. Sleeper Dart would actually buy me time, might work. That's pretty much it. Okay, but... Oh, and if I draw Thundermane right away, I can then cycle and gain 2 life, and then I can play a second creature. So for now, let's look for that Dart, let's look for that Thundermane. I think we want to cycle one of the 1-mana ones. We don't know how much mana we're going to need after this if we do find those cards. Alright, we got the Dart, so we're not dead. That's nice. Not sure what we're going to do next turn. If we find Swallow Whole, that could work. So I guess we have enough mana to play Serpent and Swallow Whole the Whisperer. So I guess we just keep cycling. Is it not Sleeper Dart? Sleeper Dart. Well, now we have to stop 2 things again, which may not be possible. I think our only out was Swallow Whole. Sadly, we are dead. Yes, I know the Lava Serpent cycled, but now that I have 4 lands, what am I going to do? Can't draw a card that stops both. Looks like this is best of 1, but of course, whatever. We'll play this best of 1 out, then we can jump in the best of 3 for the next draft. It doesn't make much of a difference. You can't Sleeper Dart on their turn. I mean, you can, but Sleeper Dart doesn't tap the creature. It just prevents it from on-tapping. So if you Sleeper Dart on their turn, they still get to attack you and kill you. Thanks for the full 16 months of support, Cam. Appreciate the resub. Zenith Flares are a prime win condition, so if we have to spew that early, it's always bad for us. I didn't really have a choice but to use it on the Honey Mammoth at that point, but we do want to avoid that. If we had it still in our deck, that might have been a winnable game. Looks like we got another cycling deck here. Yeah, we don't have much else to do. I think I'm just going to go for the ramp now. Our whole hand dispels, no lands. I know this isn't, like, looking ideal with these draws. We do have 2 Thunder Mains. It's not like we have to opening hand Zenith Flare, our late game card, and not draw either Thunder Main. Not saying that this deck is the best. I don't think it is. I don't think this deck is the best or the worst. But I do think we've been getting some kind of awkward draws. I don't think we're going to successfully fight that off, so I'm going to cycle Go for Blood. Hopefully we can find one of those Thunder Mains so that we can then swallow that whole. Guess I can play Rooting Moloch. If they can't kill a 4/4, which maybe they can, maybe they can't, I've got to Go for Blood. Maybe I should wait one turn, because I can play the Moloch and swallow a whole immediately, though. And I could also target this Vantasaur and then cast it, even if they kill the Moloch. So yeah, I think I should wait one turn. I don't think it would be right to actually cast it here. We can cycle the Vantasaur because we actually want to bring that back with the Moloch next turn. And all we really want is one more land. Let's slow them down here with the Dart. And now we can dig up a land, hopefully. We have multiple cyclers. If they play a flyer, we can Shredded Sails it. Narset's good, not unbeatable. It's pretty annoying because my deck isn't good against Planeswalkers, but it definitely is a beatable one. I don't really care if they're gaining 2. Alright, end of turn. We have to dig up a land. Let's start by cycling. That's not a land. Cycle. That is a land. Now we can go forward with the plan, which is Moloch back the 3/6 to cast next turn. And swallow whole the Fox. Me too, Sarda, me too. Well, not ideal, but they had to blow their best card early. We'll take it. See if they can beat our army of 3/6s. We even have Fight as 1 to make it indestructible. Yeah, this emblem just basically does nothing, right? Like in blue-red spells, if you're splashing Narset, there might be a point where you ultimate this for the win. But if my opponent wants to ultimate this with 2 cards in hand and me at 17 life, who cares? For now, we need one more cycling card in the yard to Zenith Flare the Serpent. But I don't want it to be the Vantasaur. I think I'd rather just cast it. I guess I could attack the Vantasaur on the Narset, and if they block, I could Zenith Flare. But again, I don't even think we want to do that. I think for now, I'm happy to just cast another 3/6 and pass back to the opponent. 3/6s are pretty tough to stop. If they Narset one, I've got the fight as one, and then I can just attack Narset with both of them and start chipping away that way. So, I mean, I will use the Zenith Flare if I need to, but if I can hold it, all the better. I guess the attack was pretty free, but I mean, there's the +1/+0 and first strike trick. They're highly unlikely to be playing it. But also, it's to protect Narset, so I just assume they would snap block. Like, they have to care more about Narset than Lava Serpent, I think. Not saying it's wrong. Like, if they were tapped out, it can't be wrong. Like, you should do it. But I just can't envision them not blocking, so I wasn't even thinking about it, to be honest. Wow, second Zenith Flare. Okay, so this isn't great. They have the Narset Ultimate, so they're kind of killing both my creatures right now. I have Fight as one, of course. I want to save the one that's going to kill Narset. So I guess that's the one that's going to get indestructible, and I'll lose the other one. If it was +2/+2, I might rather kill the 5/5, but +1/+1 here doesn't kill the 5/5 anyway. And I can still finish off Lava Serpent with the Zenith Flare if I want to. Unfortunately, I'm one short of doing it now. Oh, I could have let this Vantasaur die, but then I would still lose one Vantasaur, so that doesn't accomplish anything, except Narset's still alive. So yeah, now the best I can do, and then post-combat, I can Zenith Flare away this Lava Serpent if I want to. But again, Zenith Flare's at 5 now, so there's not really any need to do that. We can always do it later. Maybe they have a trick. I guess now with Narset's Ultimate, 3/6s blocking 5/5s is a lot more precarious. So maybe I should have just Zenith Flared it there. I guess that's probably right. I was thinking I would block and provoke a trick or something like that. But I don't really want to block anymore in that way because of Narset's Ultimate. So I guess now I should just Zenith Flare it. And of course now we'll trade because I have to. They had the +2/+2. Yeah, I should have Zenith Flared on my turn. That wasn't correct. Normally in that spot you wouldn't. Like you would block and see if they played their pump spell or something if they had one. But as it was, my play was wrong because of Narset's Ultimate. Yeah, maybe I should hold that for a Thundermane. I haven't drawn either one yet, right? And I have 17 cards. Let's take a look at my library. There's two Save Thundermanes, a bunch of Cyclers, a Marmoset. That's another thing to hold it for. And this game is a stalemate on board at the moment. I'm going to wait. I'll cycle it if I need to, like if they draw something that forces me to cycle. But at the moment, I'm going to wait in case I top deck Thundermane this turn, so I have the extra shock. I have a 17-card deck with 2 Thundermanes in there. Okay, well, now that I drew a second one, I'm going to try and dig up Thundermane, because I'm not that greedy. I guess, again, we're going to try and dig up Thundermane, now that we have one to spare to use with it. Well, now I might as well hold it, because if I draw Thundermane, what is this? If I draw Thundermane next turn, I'd rather have 2 Cyclers than 1, and if I cycle and find Thundermane now, I don't have enough mana to cast it and use it. And again, there's 2 of them in there, 14 cards in our deck. It's not that unlikely. But no such luck. Let's go back to digging. And again, let's try and dig up a Thundermane. Marmoset's not the worst. I could gamble, because I don't have to block first, I could cycle. But I think, like, again, with 2 Thundermanes and 11 cards, I don't really want to spend my last cycler. I don't even know if I want to keep digging. I really need to draw one. Like, I think now I'm just going to chill. If they make a 1-1, they make a 1-1. I really, like, I'm going to deck if I don't fry off their stuff and start attacking with them at 40. So I have to be willing to take some damage here, I think. They have more than me. Okay, well, let's take a look at our deck, because now I can eat that for free with these two. So I have 1 cycler left, 2 cyclers left, a 3/6 that I probably need to cast, but maybe cycle, and then 2 3/2 Thundermanes that I refuse to draw, because it would be good if I did. I guess I can take 1 more hit here. I mean, I'm going to have to work through the 3/6 anyway. So I probably need to just cycle now. This is going to be rough. I think I'm probably going to deck, but I think this had to be right. Okay, so I can cast or cycle this. Cast looks better. And then Thundermane cycle Shredded Sails to finish off the Snare Tactician. So I'm going to start by casting this, I think. I guess I should attack first so that if they have a cycler, they can't, like, cycle in response and make a 1-1. I mean, they can, but it's going to die. But there's no reason to let them tap my Marmoset. So even though I missed the 2 damage from when I cycle here, they would have just, if they drew a cycler, they would tap my Marmoset when I go to combat. So I think first things first, I think I hit for 2 this turn. Oh, Sail kills passive? No, it doesn't. It just kills artifacts. It doesn't kill enchantments. So I'm casting this because I want to kill Snare Tactician considerably more than I want to kill Stinger. And it still kills the 3/1. I just don't get to draw another card, which is not a big deal since I need the turns anyway, if anything. Probably too little, too late. I'm probably going to deck. I mean, if I would have drawn these cards earlier, I would have not decked. I mean, there's not much I can really say here. Thanks for gifting a sub, Adam Man B. Continuing to pay it forward on the one you got from Quad Jacks. Very generous. Pretty sure I'm just going to deck. I don't think there's anything I can really do about that. Again, it's not supposed to go this way. I mean, I do have 2 Thundermanes, which I didn't find until my bottom, like, 9 cards. Not saying my draw was horrible. Not saying this deck is great. But we are going to deck. My library's at 2 cards. There's at 7, and I have no way to mill them. We are playing 15, which is way on the high side for this deck, but only because we didn't have any other playables. One of them is an Evolving Wilds, which when you're seeing your whole deck to thin out does help. One of them is a Cycling Land, but that's why I've been kind of hesitant to play the Cycling Lands and stuff, because Flood Out is a problem. Yeah, Cardboard Live is updating. It updated, so let me reopen it and then tell me if it works. Good job, chat. Staying on top of things as usual. I didn't play best of 1 on purpose. It was an accident. Just a monkey. Well, I'm just a human. Four-lander with no Thundermanes in my mana-heavy version. I think I'm going to mulligan this. That's better. I want Fight as 1 to protect Thundermane. I think we just get rid of the 2-mana Cycler. Bury that in our library. They're a Yorion deck. Thank you, TPO. Appreciate that subscription. So especially against blue-black, I see no reason not to cast Thundermane. Maybe they have Scatter, but they're a 60-card deck. Maybe they drew it, maybe they didn't. Dead Weight we can't save Thundermane from with Fight as 1 anyway. So there's very little that we're protecting it by waiting. Of course, they do have scatter, because welcome to my life today. No, now it's time to chill and get ready to cast 3 6s. Well, we didn't know we weren't going to see the humans the whole draft, of course. When you say, is it worth it? I mean, it can be. I mean, 2 Thundermanes and a Zenith can win games, but this deck is very thin, and I mean, like I said, we lost close games. Like, I had control at the end last game, I just decked. Like, we had our Zenith opening hand both times. We didn't have Thundermanes early both times. I mean, it just is what it is. Thanks for gifting out a TPO3, I mean a sub TPO3 to Flying Hippo. Appreciate the support. I don't think that scatter was a tempo swing at all. I would have done nothing, so I wouldn't have used my mana either way. And then the opponent was able to play a 2/2 on board, which is not, like, particularly pressuring me. The only reason to not cast it would be if you hope they're going to tap out on the future turn. But given they were under no pressure, there was no reason to think they would do that. They could have just waited until turn 4 instead of turn 3 to play the bug, and they could have still Slither Wisp end of turn because it has flash. So it was basically not a tempo swing really at all. Sometimes you can't stop your opponents from using their cards. You got to make them have it. You got to weigh the upside and the downside. Thank you, O Scout. Appreciate that subscription. Fight as one is good if you're like half humans, half non-humans. It's pretty bad in my deck because I don't have the humans. Like I said, normally you do. The humans are the commons. It's pretty rare to not get, like, stingers or healers at all. I mean, I got a Thundermane, like, 4th 1-pack. Like, you know, Thundermane's a lot better than stingers and healers. But as I said during the draft portion, it was clear that people were drafting cycling in this pod. Alright, so what are we doing now? To not die, I need 1 interaction. I guess let's start digging. I just blocked the bigger one because, like, a 2/2 can block Slither Wisp, or a Save Thundermane can block Slither Wisp. Whereas, I mean, it can block the 3/3 too, but there's just more things that can block it. And that's how my day goes. Find it 1 cycle sooner and it resolves. Alright, that was a quick draft. On to the next. Nice, solid, quick and painful 0-3, just how we like it. Should we do another best of 1 or should we do best of 3? Kind of want a best of 1 again after that. Obviously, I won't hold the 3 drafts if we're doing best of 1, which is much faster. Alright, yeah, I'm going to best of 1 again, trying to avenge it. Plus, I want to get back to having a ranking. You're never just going to be able to be, like, you know, a top 10 or whatever when you want with this many people. But not even being in the top 1,500 is kind of embarrassing for me, so time to fight. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's a high power set, so it's going to be high variance. But at the end of the day, each game is not that important. Each draft is not that important, right? Like, it would be a bad format for Worlds or something because it's high variance, but you can just play 1,000 games or whatever to mitigate the variance. Okay, so Now we'll take Everquill Phoenix. This card is awesome. I think this card is not as good as it looks, but it is awesome. But let me talk about it for a second. It looks like, some of the more broken Phoenixes we've seen for Limited, but you have to mutate it to be able to recur it when it dies. Some of the removal exiles, and this is a high-power format with lots of good targeting removal, pacifism, capture sphere. This card is good, is first pickable good, but I actually think this is more like an A+ than an S- on the tier ratings. I don't think this card is super broken. I just think it's strong. I just think it's good. Okay, so now there's the only two cards to consider here are the first two uncommons. They're both excellent. Even though this one's gold, it's red, which is the same color as Phoenix anyway. Starix is a little better than Dorat, but red-blue is a lot better than red-green. Starix is more splashable. If we end up red-black or red-white, we can easily toss one forest in our deck with a Farfinder and splash Starix. Dorat's not really splashable at all. You have to be blue-red spells for this to be a good card. So that puts me over the top to taking Starix. But I actually think Dorat in the red-blue deck is better than Starix in a green deck. But they're both fantastic cards. Let's be clear. They're both great cards. Alright, easy Naturalist here. It's the best or second best card in the pack to blitz. And we didn't take the red-blue spells card last pick. We took the Starix. Now we're seeing a good green common. I wish I had taken Dorat maybe, because then I could take Blitz and really go blue-red spells, but Naturalist is still a nice pickup. Looks like I guessed wrong, because now there's Gust of Wind. I mean, it's not too late to switch. Like I said, we could go blue-red and splash Starix pretty easily. Of course, Naturalist made sense last pick. I guess we could also go green-blue and splash Phoenix, since you kind of want to mutate anyway. Yeah, I'll fix the cam after this pick, sorry. So I guess now we'll take Gust and just see what's in the next pack. I don't want to let this ship sail too far if blue-red is where I'm supposed to end up. Starix is splashable. Losing a Naturalist is no big deal. Looks like a Wolverine. Yeah, so it does look like red-blue spells is where we were supposed to go. At this point, we'll go either blue-green splash Phoenix or red-blue splash Starix. I'm going to take Godzilla over Ceratops because we already have multiple mutate creatures, and Baby Godzilla here is really, really good in the Baby Mutate creature version. And you can definitely draft a theme of mutate into your blue-red deck. Forbidden Friendship is an excellent thing to mutate onto. Frostlinks and Otter are fine. I think we might just go green-blue, not red-blue spells here. Green-blue is the prime mutate deck. And Phoenix, like I said, you want to mutate this card, and then it's single red, so it's very easy to splash. So I'm going to grab Naturalist. I'm going to look at green-blue here. Light splash for the Phoenix, most likely. Red-blue spells would have probably been better in this seat, but we didn't get there. Alright, I think I'm going to take Rugged Highlands over Fertilid. It's a free red source out of the land slot. Fertilid's fine. It's a totally solid 3-drop, and it's good in the mutate decks. But again, it's not hard to fill your 3-drop slot. Also, we're looking to go from 2 to 4, because we already have 2 Naturalists. And even Polywog Symbiote here kind of adds a mana. So, we can play a 4-mana mutate creature on turn 3 off, 2 Naturalists or Symbiote. Did I say 2 Naturalists? I meant 3. So clearly, white and black are being heavily drafted around us, and we basically had access to blue, green, and red, just whatever blue, green, and red we want. I think our blue-red spells deck would be better than our blue-green deck, but again, I'm not psychic. You have to draft in the order you see the cards. I do think Starix over Dorat was right, second pick. Obviously, if I had the beauty of hindsight, I would go back and change that pick and have drafted red-blue spells, and my deck would be better. But as is, we have a lot of Naturalists. Let's try and draft some nice-sized blue, green, and red creatures to ramp out. Okay, speaking of, Dreamtail Heron is excellent. Turn 3, 3/4 flyer, draw a card on the Symbiote. Obviously, you can't mutate on Naturalist, but you can always just tap them for mana and cast things. Godzilla would be fine to ramp out, but it's not nearly as good as Dreamtail Heron. Dreamtail Heron is excellent. Now there's a tough pick again, and Godzilla is not in contention. Even though it's a sweet card, it's the fourth of the cards I would take out of this pack. There's Boneyard Lurker, Heron, and Ramthru. I can cast Boneyard Lurker, I can make a black with 4 Naturalists, or I can just mutate it like I want to do anyway and get back stuff. But Dreamtail Heron and Ramthru are also just excellent. But I think we want the Lurker. I think it's the best of the cards. This pack looks pretty bad for blue-green. Of One Mind should be really good in our deck, though, because we already have 4 Naturalists. So we're going to have a human almost every game. So we're going to draw 2 for 1 mana. I mean, Of One Mind is pretty straightforward. If you're paying 3 for it in this format, it's a bad card. If you're paying 1 for it, it's a good card. Just view it that simply. And again, we're doing the human-non-human split here. So Mentor should work out pretty well with big mutate creatures, which are all non-humans. So we mostly want to draft creatures. We don't want expensive spells. But of course, we're never against a 1-mana draw 2. We're currently on 5 humans, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 non-humans. So we're split really nicely between human and non-human. Essence Scatter not being an expensive spell, but a really cheap, awesome, efficient spell in this format. This deck's coming together fine. Blue-red would have been better. Blue-green still good here. Looks like a pretty easy charge. Another nice, cheap, efficient removal spell, even if Oxy doesn't like it. Yeah, I heard that hot take. I don't think she's completely wrong. I think Voxy's onto something with, like, this card is not as good as it looks. You just don't always have a creature to show. But you do on turn 3. If you have to hold this a little bit, then you draw your creature, you show and kill something. Like, it's a good card you should put in your deck, but it is worse than it looks, I think. I actually kind of agree with her. I know, Voxy, that's why I said it. Because I saw you were in the chat like 10 minutes ago. Most people probably don't get that joke. Somebody on her stream asked her for hot takes, and she was like, well, I don't really love Charge, and most people do, so that's kind of a hot take. And like I said, I kind of agree with her. I think it's kind of overrated. But it's still a good, solid removal spell. Like, it's like a 3rd to 5th pick, not a 1st pick. And it's a card that you're not cutting. But, like, I don't think it's, like, you know, busted or anything. I like Monster Step just fine in general. But in our 4 Naturalists, that's probably going to be a 15-land deck. I don't think it's really something we're looking to run. We want our spells cheap and our creatures expensive so that we can cast them with Naturalists. Thank you, MDR. Appreciate the subscription. It is busted with lifelink, but we don't really have lifelink, right? That's not what we're doing. Let's go with Trample with 2, which we have a few of, not a lot. We have the Mentor. That's it. So by a few, I meant 1, of course. I don't think we're going to play this because we're not that interested in buying back Naturalists as they die. Stuff like Of One Mind is good for us with all these Naturalists. But if they die, I'm not that interested in pulling them back from the grave. Red is our splash. We're not going to play any of these cards. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're just looking for more, like, good beef mutate. And it's not like we don't have any. I mean, look at these. Phoenix, Greathorn, Lurker, Dreamtail, and Starix are all nice mutate. Really, this deck, it's like, it's not incredible, it's not horrible, but the curve and the synergy is about exactly where we want it to be. We have 5 good mutate creatures, 4 Naturalists, and a Symbiote, and then we have, like, Mentor, and we have, like, a few removal spells, a Scatter, a Charge, a Gust. So really, we just want more of what we already have. I would love some Essence Symbiotes. I would love an Otter. Of course, any of the power mythic mutates or uncommon mutates that are just incredible. We don't need any one thing. We just want, like, good power cards and just to keep fleshing out what we're already doing. Thank you, OK Cups. Appreciate the support. I also appreciate your work in holding liquids so we can drink them. Oddity is good here. Ramthru is still good removal. We have plenty of creatures with power. Farfinder's a nice card to mutate onto, or go fetch up that one mountain for the Evercool Phoenix. Those are the cards we're considering. I mean, I think it's just Ram Through, though. Ram Through is good efficient removal, which we don't have a lot of. Farfinder and Oddity are not far behind. Farfinder would have probably been my second choice. We can't cast a double red spell. If it was a double red creature, I'd consider it because of the Naturalists. But there's no way we can cast that. But there is another Ram Through. There's a Rumbling Rockslide, which we're not going to take over Ram Through. Same thing with Capture Sphere. Reconnaissance Mission's kind of interesting with all these small creatures. But again, we can't cast it off Naturalist. It's double blue. These picks are fine. Unexciting, but fine. I think it's just another Ram Through. Reconnaissance Mission would be fine, but it's kind of hard to cast. Like, again, we're going to play like 15 lands because we have all these Naturalists. It's double blue. I would play it, I think, but I'm not all about it in this deck. Now, do we want Scatter or Seize? They're both good, but we're not really drawing extra cards often. I think this is more of a Scatters deck than a Seize deck. Omniseize is really good in cycling and red-blue card drawing decks. In a blue-green deck, I'm still going to play it, but it's not really good. It's just okay. I think I'm going to make a pick here that's going to kind of surprise you. Normally, Cloud Piercer would be my third choice out of Fertilid, Cloud Piercer, and Sphere. But this pack, we haven't gotten any more big mutate creatures, and we need them pretty badly. Flood Out is always a problem for decks like this. We also just got double Ram Through and Charge, so we need creatures with power. I like Capture Sphere a lot more than I like Cloud Piercer, but I think Cloud Piercer is just what we need with what we have. We have to have these Ram Throughs perform. We have to have that Charge perform. So I think we have to take this big mutate creature when we get the chance right now. But I agree, Capture Sphere is a lot better than it in general. Okay, Glimmerbell is another 2-drop you can mutate onto. It works out pretty well in these decks. Smasher should be pretty good in this deck. We won't always have a red to cycle it because you can't use Naturalist for that. But you can use Naturalist to cast it, so that's decent. I guess we could also just take up one Mind. Again, we do have the 4 Naturalists, so it will be 1 mana most of the time. Not sure what to do between those. I guess we're not going to have a red to cycle Smasher very often. So even if we can cast it, if you can never cycle it as a trick, then it's not a very good card. Easy Gust for Wind here, over not much. Easy Fertilid here, over nothing. Now we can grab a blue-green duel, shore up that mana a little more. This pack went okay, except we didn't get enough power. That's why I'm so glad I took that one Cloud Piercer, but we needed a little more. We didn't need a lot more. Like, if I got, like, one more nice mutate creature out of this pack, I would have been happy. But I'm kind of unhappy with only getting one. I'm definitely going to play this Bristling Boar that we just picked up. It's another 4-power creature to Ram Through with and Charge with. Plus, it curves out nicely with Naturalist. This is a deck that wants 4-drops a lot more than 3-drops. Also, like I said, I'm planning to play like 15 lands. Cloud Piercer helps us not flood. This draws a card. This buys back a good creature when it dies. This comes back. Like, I don't think we're super prone to flood, but I do think we could have used like one more solid mutate creature. Evolving Wilds is something I would like to pick up, but it was not a priority. Honey Mammoth is a card I would play, but I'm still not, like, excited about it. I think whatever I took over, it was definitely better. Of One Mind or Glimmerbell, whatever it was. Remember, these Naturalists are good for ramping out creatures, and you don't have to mutate. You can just ramp out, cast Cloud Piercer, cast Dream Hare, and it's totally fine. But we don't have a ton of early stuff to mutate onto. We didn't pick up any Almighty Brushwags or Symbiotes. I don't think I saw a single copy of either the whole draft. So the Glimmerbell was a pretty nice pickup. Along those lines, I definitely think there's a 15-land deck. So I'm going to put in Dolphin because we didn't get a lot of early stuff to mutate onto. That'll be the last card. And then we're getting rid of all this nonsense, of course. I don't think we're even going to play a Mountain. Our 2 red cards are both single red creatures to cast. You can use Naturalist to mutate. or just cast Cloud Piercer. We have 4 Naturalists and a Rugged Highlands. That's 5 sources for 2 cards that are single red. And it's really more than that because of card drawing, card drawing, card drawing, card drawing. So, like, that's totally fine. Oh, yeah, we should play 1 mountain because of Great Horn. You're right. I apologize. With Fertilid and Migratory Great Horn, we should play 1 mountain. Even though we don't really need it, it's probably right to play exactly 1. You are correct. And then green-blue, so we're up a green right now, and we probably want to be up exactly 1 green. So that means 1 more green, 1 more blue. Six, 12, 15. That gives us what? 8 green, 7 blue, plus the Naturalist. Looks good to me. Get to battle. Somebody asked to see the number of creatures. I mean, I can show it. I didn't bother. 16. Obviously, some of them are small, but again, Starks draws another card. The Phoenix comes back. The Boneyard Lurker brings something back. Though of 1 Minds shrink your deck, so it's really more like 16 in a 37 card deck, or however you want to view it. So I mean, it's complicated. We definitely could lose because we draw all Naturalists or something. But I mean, if we draw 2, I think that's fine, and if we draw 1, it's awesome. If we get unlucky and draw 3 or 4 in our first 10 or 12 cards, that beat. I mean, that's ramp. Definitely War of the Spark, a Scapegoat, and this format of Ikoria are 2 of the most complex draft formats we've ever had, where the cards just have a ton of text and like various synergies and static abilities and just all kinds of complicated on-board stuff. That's a really good draw for us. Now we can put that out, and then next turn we can suit it up and ramp, suit it up and hit in the air and draw cards, whatever we want to do. Probably draw a card first, because I might just cast this. Yeah, I don't really see any decisions here. Let's suit it up. Use all our mana. Loot away one of these lands. I'm definitely attacking, because if they attacked, I couldn't even block. I'd be too scared they would cycle and eat my 3/4 flyer. But if they want to cycle and race, cool. I've got plenty more to do every turn. Next turn, I'll probably just cast this for 4 mana if they don't kill this baby Godzilla here. Nothing wrong with a 4 mana 5/4 reach. We don't need to mutate all our mutate stuff out. We can always just cast them as nice-sized creatures. This format is the most similar to Modern Horizons, also kind of similar to War of the Spark, minus the Planeswalker theme. Those are good comparisons. Alright, so they kill our creature, but it will stay in play, lowering the cost of our mutate stuff, so that's not the worst. For this turn, I think it's a no-brainer. Just going to cast a 5/4. Don't think we need this little Naturalist now. Even though it would have lessened the cost of 1 Mind, I'm not going to discard of 1 Mind instead of that. Definitely not discarding my bounce spell. So it's pretty much Naturalist or Phase Dolphin. And Phase Dolphin might push this Piercer past like a Marmoset if we end up in some kind of stalemate or something. Oh yeah, you have to mutate onto the Heron to draw. I didn't mutate there. This is the baby Godzilla. Then whenever you cast a mutate creature, you get to loot. And it also lessens the casting cost of all your mutate creatures by 1. So we'll see what they have. But given I can keep looting away excess lands, if they want to 1-for-1 me with removal, I'm cool with that. I'll run them out of business. I've got a draw 2 and another loot here. If they play a big creature, I can bounce it and hit for 5. Have a nice tempo swing. This only costs 2. I can still play something else too, possibly. Hey, thanks, Jeffrey. I appreciate it. You know, that is what I go for on this stream. Analyze, analyze, and analyze again. And I really appreciate the generous donation and the support for it. Thank you for the compliment and the donation, Jeffrey G. Okay, so like I said, this is looks like a good turn to bounce, and then we can still play of 1 Mind. That uses all their mana. I'm not worried about them putting this Dream Heron on the Marmoset. Then they'd only have 1 threat instead of 2. Let's start by draw 2 in case we draw like something really good for 2 mana. But assuming not, just going to bounce their 5-drop. They hit me for 2. I'll hit them for 5. Plus I drew a fistful of new cards, which will give us more options for next turn. If they mutate on Prickly, they draw a card, but they have 3 power out instead of 5. You don't always want to mutate. I think people mutate too much. Mutate is sweet, because if your creature is blanked or you have a small creature that wants to be mutated on, you mutate onto it. Otherwise, you just cast your mutate monsters. Like, I could have played Boar and then mutated onto it, but why would I want to turn a 4-3 into a 5-4? I could just have a 5-4 and a 4-3. Gotta assume they might have a Cycler if they chose to play a 3-drop over a 5, or like a Fire Prophecy, so I'm not going to attack. This turn I can play 2 creatures here and use all my mana, so that almost seems like a no-brainer. Let's start with the Great Horn, get our loot. We're not mutating, like I just got done talking about. I'd rather just have a 3-4 body. We can't play the Phoenix this turn because we don't have another untapped red, thanks Auto Tapper. So do I want to cast, or which one of these lands do I want to discard? I think I can discard the Rugged Highlands because it's single red to mutate, and I'm probably going to mutate this onto the Great Horn because then I get my my Feather token, which is important, so I can bring that back. Put out the Phase Dolphin so I can get in for 5 with the Cloud Piercer if I attack with the Dolphin, and then I can also mutate the Flyer onto the Great Horn here, so that can attack 2. It only costs 3 because I have the Baby Godzilla out, which lessens the casting cost by 1 of all mutates and mutate creatures. So the mutate ability, I think, is 1 less also, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am. Does it lessen just the casting cost of the front half? I think it lessens the mutate cost also. Maybe I'll mutate onto the Dolphin, yeah. We'll see what's up. We don't know where the mutate's going to go yet. I shouldn't have said probably on the Great Horn. It could very easily end up on the Dolphin or the Great Horn. We'll see where that goes. If they have blockers up to eat the Dolphin, then the Dolphin to be able to attack and make the Piercer unblockable makes more sense than the Great Horn. So now they have Scatter mana up, but they haven't repped a Scatter the whole game. I think with this much mana, I can lead Boar to try and pull a counter. And then if they don't have it, I'll go for the Mutate Phoenix here on the Dolphin, like we talked about. It's not tap my only red. So let's start with Boar. Try and bait a counter. Then we'll go and mutate this on the Dolphin. I'm never really worried about a blowout or anything like that here, because if they kill the Dolphin in response, I still get a 4/4 flyer. And then, of course, once it resolves, we get the Feather token. So if they end up killing the Phoenix, we'll get it back, too. The way this game is played, they clearly have something, and it's clearly not a counter. So my guess is they have Fire Prophecy in hand. But I don't care if they trade Bonder and Prophecy for this Phoenix. I have a Feather token. I can just bring it back. So let's attack. Unblockable to the Piercer, so the Marmoset can't eat that with the help of Fire Prophecy or a Cycler. Yeah, again, Loot Tree doesn't do anything. It doesn't fly. They can put it out. Who cares? Could be Cyclers to block with Marmoset. I think it could be Fire Prophecy, but again, what are they going to do? Skybonder and Fire Prophecy away this Phoenix? I'll just bring it right back, sacking the Feather. That's not good for them. Yeah, I understand. It wasn't based on an arena stops thing. I understand they had Lutri and Marmoset. The way they've played this game has made me think they have Fire Prophecy in hand, but maybe they do, maybe they don't. Yeah, I agree. At this point, I don't think it really matters what they have, like Jeffrey G said. They don't really have any good options with those cards. Okay, so let's go to combat. If we get to give unblockable to the Cloud Piercer, they're dead to it, unless they have a way to kill it, which is pretty unlikely. Rock Slide's a sorcery. Gust of Wind's a sorcery. Fire Prophecy only does 3. Alright, Frostville Ambush does the job, but Now they can't cycle and pump Marmoset. So we can attack with Bristling Boar, but it'll trade with Lutri. We can attack with Great Horn. Oh, but if we attack with both, then we go up a creature here, right? Because they only have 6 power, so they can't deal 7 damage to our 2 creatures. None of their creatures eat ours. Sure, they can trade Lutri for Boar. That's a slightly favorable trade for them. But then they have to chump block Great Horn. Or they could double block Great Horn, and that's a slightly favorable trade for them. But then they have to chump block Bristling Boar. So the end result here is we're going to kill 2 of their creatures, and they're only going to kill 1 of ours. And they're at 3, so they can't take either hit. So that's why this attack is good, because we're going to kill 2 of their creatures, and they're only going to kill 1 of ours, because they're forced to block both. Yeah, I don't think they have Prophecy anymore now that they Lutried. Frostvale Ambush looks like what it was. I think I would rather kill Marmoset than Lutri, probably. Oh, no, you know why? Yeah, because Marmoset can still block Boar. They could easily have a Cycler. Marmoset's just a scarier card in play than Lutri. Lutri's better in hand because you can copy a removal spell. But once in play, that's the better card. Okay, so let's start by drawing 2, see what we get. Now I want to leave Scatter open more than I want to put out a Fertilid instead of a Naturalist, so we'll cast Naturalist. If I had drawn a land, then I could have played Fertilid and Scatter. Good stuff. Okay, even though we don't have a green, we have a turn 2 Scatter, turn 3 of 1 Mind, so I'm never going to mull this. You know, we get like 5 draw steps to find a single forest, and we have a 2-drop, like, to disrupt one of their early creatures. So, I mean, not like... This isn't a great hand, of course, but I would never think about mulling this. Yeah, this is really high. Thanks to everybody who tuned in, like Sammy G said. Usually we only hit 2K when we get a nice raid. But thanks to everybody who's hanging out, participating in these streams. I know a lot of us are stuck at home, so that, you know, it's really bad for a lot of people, but it is helping with the stream numbers. But I do really appreciate everybody who's choosing me today with all the fine options on. Yeah, the plan is to save Gust of Wind for the 8/8. Counter any decent creature. It doesn't have to be good, because we have plenty to spend our mana on. I would really want to of 1 Mind, but I really don't want to do it while I have 7 cards in hand and I'll have to discard. So at this point, I'll pretty much spend Essence Scatter on virtually anything, like if it's going to be even remotely impactful, just so I can then go on tap of 1 Mind. Of course, we can't counter that. Well, thanks, Pro. Gust does hit non-land permanent, and I absolutely could use it on seas to reset it. I wasn't going to do it last turn because I want to wait in a turn or 2, and then I can have Scatter open when I play it, potentially. And I don't want them to resolve a creature because they have Reconnaissance Mission out, but I don't know what I'm going to end up doing. It is a sorcery, so now that they drew 3 cards this turn, they're going to be able to make an 8/8 end of turn, but whatever, they'll draw 1 card and then I'll Gust it. It'd be nice if I drew a Forest, so I could put my Naturalist or my Fertilid out. Start accelerating. Like I said, I'll scatter anything because I mostly want to spend my mana. So, of 1 Mind here, and then we can cast Naturalist or Baby Godzilla. Naturalist is summoning sick for a turn, so we'd rather cast that first, I think. Unless we want to put Starix on Baby Godzilla here next turn. Nah, we don't particularly want to. We want a Gust of Wind and 8/8 token next turn. So now we can play Naturalist to have an extra mana to use. Then next turn we can do like Gust and Fertilid or Gust and Godzilla. Well, we can't Gust now. We could Gust the Seas. They would just remove the counters and make an 8/8 in response. We could have Gusted a couple turns ago, but I had no way to know they were holding Cathartic Reunion. I didn't really want to drop shields. Not great, not great. I mean, part of this deck does require us to dump our hand out, so the No Forest was rough. But, of course, you can't mulligan Scatter of One Mind here. Alright, so no matter what, we're definitely going to start with Gust, because we're killing an 8/8 token. Now, what do we want to put out? I don't really want to take another hit for 5 and just die to a flyer. I probably want to chump block with the Naturalist, so then I can put out the Baby Godzilla, and then next turn I can Star X onto it. Well, bad beat. Still don't really want to go to 2. Well, now I don't have a choice. I was about to say I'm still going to chump block, but they didn't let me. This is the second, but we're going to do more than 3 since we're doing best of 1. Probably around 5 drafts. Best of 1 is slower than best of 3 by a lot. So I have to cast 2 things. I could just play Fertilid and Boar. That seems fine. If they don't have anything, it's not actually that bad on board, right? Of course, if they have anything else, I'm dead, but we're not in a position to play around anything, so... But if they don't have anything, we can double block the Serpent. If they attack with both, then we can Boar on Lynx, Fertilid on Serpent. So obviously we're dead to removal or bounce or haste creature or any card ever printed. But assuming they just don't have anything, we're fine on board. They attack with just Serpent, I'll double block. They attack with both, it's Boar on Lynx, Fertilid on Serpent. Best of 1 is faster. Even with the 3 rounds, you still play less... You spend less time in the best of 1 queue than you do in a best of 3 queue on average. Per draft. We're not having a good start. We're 1-4. That's a great record. We've played 5 games today. We won 1 of them. Some people play 5 games and win none of them. What's wrong with being 1-4? We can have a turn 3 Phoenix this game. Even though they have a tapper out, if they want to start spending 2 mana on turn 3, every turn, I'm pretty happy about that. So the only question is which creature to put on it. We have Dreamtail Heron, Phoenix, and Cloudpiercer. They're going to tap whatever we put on it this turn. Cool. I'm going to have the charge for later, and I don't need to charge the Officer right now. If they want to spend 2 mana a turn, that's good for me. But I do want to make more land drops. So I think it's the Dreamtail right now. Draw 2 cards. I mean, this would see 2 cards as well, but they're both rummages. But we're not really looking to rummage yet, because we're not really looking to discard lands just yet. I guess we could discard 1. I mean, next turn I really want to just cast Cloudpiercer, most likely. Probably should just discard Fertilid. We don't really need to play that. We did stack the triggers in the wrong order. I mean, I didn't do it manually, I just let the program do it. But it would have been better to put it in the other order. Oh, you don't get a choice? Oh, right, because one of them's a cast trigger, and one of them's when it mutates. You're right, chat, as usual. Okay, I think this turn's pretty scripted. We're not worried if they resolve a good creature. We can gust it and then scatter it. This card only costs 4 to cast. I don't want to mutate it. Happily discard the extra lands now. Get a second nice threat on board. And again, I will absolutely charge away this officer, but tying up their mana on the early turns is super valuable. You just can't spend 2 mana on turn 3, 4, and 5, not adding to the board to tap an opposing attacker. In the late game, once you don't have anything to do with your mana, Checkpoint Officer is a great card. But I don't care if they tap now, I'll just be getting further ahead. So while I absolutely will charge Checkpoint Officer, I'd rather add big creatures to the board and charge it later. You can stack triggers with full control, but in this case, as the chat pointed out, one of them was a cast trigger. The loot from Baby Godzilla is when you cast a mutate creature, and then one of them was a when the creature mutates trigger. So I had no choice in the order. Okay, so we don't want to mutate this on a Cloud Piercer. That's already a good threat. This looks like a good turn now to charge away the officer and leave Scatter up. I don't want to play my last creature here that has more than 1 power. Naturalist will be nice to get out, but it's not important. You can't mutate onto it anyway. I'm probably just going to cast this and not mutate unless I draw another body to mutate onto. But for this turn, I do want to remove the tapper before I play my last creature. Freeze up a 5/4, and then I can leave Scatter up to take care of that Death Toucher and get right back to business. No choices here. I guess theoretically gusting the crystal was a choice, but there's absolutely no need to do that. Next turn we can play this for 4 mana, not mutated, and it has flying, and then we can play Gust for 2 on whatever they play and get further ahead. Sounds good to me. Even though we don't particularly need to get rid of 1/1, it goes away for good. This is effectively cantrip deal 5 right now. Alright, so let's see what we have now. We can gust anything, because we know we have the Scatter. So we want to gust the more expensive creature if it opens up better attacks. At the end of the day, though, I'm not really excited about them trading creatures for my 5/4 and getting drains. So I see no real reason to do anything this turn, except attack with just the flyer. They may have Pacifism, and then we gust it for the win. They may play a flying creature, and we have Scatter. I might end up trading Cloud Piercer for 2 of these to help clear the way. Oh, you know what? I lied. If we gust the token, then we can attack with both. And then if they want to kill Cloud Piercer, they have to lose both their real creatures, which is quite a good deal. So the right play here is gust the token. I didn't want to gust one of the 3-power creatures, because then they would just double block the Cloud Piercer with the 1/1 token and the other 3-power creature. But now we kill both creatures and the token using Gust that way. And now we can scatter their next drop, which will allow these Naturalists to start attacking as well. So this works out extremely well for us. I couldn't send the Naturalist because they could just choose to chump the 3/2 on the thing, on the 5/4, and eat the Naturalist with the 3/3. I mean, maybe that's not worse for me, but it does give them, like, kill one of my creatures, lose one of theirs that's only slightly better, and they get the point of drain. So that's why I didn't send the Naturalist. Although I'm kind of wishing I had now, because if they draw a blocker, then I would have had Xaxes if I dealt them 1 more point of damage, but we'll see what they draw. If it's a land, they're dead, and even if it was a blocker, I could still attack with all 3. They bounce or eat 1 and go to 1, and then they have to top deck another thing and have me not draw anything. Thanks, Zach Sherman. I mean, Naturalist is a really good card in this format. The only problem is Flood Out. But like, I'm playing 15 lands. I've got 2 of 1 mines. I've got the Looter, the Baby Godzilla. I've got the Rummage Mutate Creature. We've got things in here to mitigate Flood. Alright, this turn 2 Naturalist, turn 3 Phoenix. If we played the Glimmerbell here, we couldn't mutate onto it on turn 3. That only works with the Baby Godzilla. Red-White could have, like, Divine Arrow, so I don't know if we want to mutate or cast this Phoenix here. Let's see what they do this turn. So I don't need to kill that yet, but unless I... Like, what that means is this turn, I can't just cast Fertilid, because then they could 1-mana cycle and eat Fertilid. I can still cast the 4/4 Phoenix. There's no way for them to kill that with Save Thundermane on their turn. And Naturalist has 3 toughness as well. Or I could charge the Thundermane. My only concern is if I cast the Phoenix, I don't have anything to show to kill Thundermane. So I think I'll be conservative here. Get rid of a really good 2-drop out of Red-White cycling while I know I have something to show. Slightly less mana efficient, but next turn I can cast Glimmerbell and Fertilid, and then I have the ability to put the Phoenix on the Fertilid, which is really good. If they pacify it, it's not great for me, but I have 2 Gusts, plus I can always still use these counters. If they have Divine Arrow, it'll be a 6/6, so that won't work. Thank you, Moondoc. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for supporting it for 3 months. Thanks, Kiro. I can tell you that is what I always go for. So if that's what you like, you're in the right place. Whenever people tell me I spend too much time explaining stuff, I tell them, listen, I understand, but that's what I do. That's what I enjoy. So if you want an action-packed stream, you're in the wrong place. If you want to slow, discuss everything, and then rediscuss it, you're in the right place. Okay, so this turn seems just use all our mana, play Glimmerbell and Fertilid. I can't imagine we would do anything else here. Can't mutate the Phoenix, and we kind of want to. Casting it is pretty unexciting. That's pretty funny, right? Whamit. But, I mean, I'm not really explaining why I need to, even though I did mention that it's what I enjoy. I'm explaining it because for a lot of people who are in for the first time and stuff, I want them to know that this is what you can expect. People, like I said, who want like a fast-paced stream where you get in more games quicker and more drafts quicker, I want them to go somewhere else because that's not what I'm going to be doing. So I'm a big believer in representing your product accurately, so to speak. Like, you know, I'm cool with making money, I'm cool with selling something, but I want people to buy it, but know what they're buying and buy it because it's like good for them and it's what they want. You know, I'm big on like accurate representation. Okay, so I think we're going to mutate onto the Glimmerbell. Not nearly as exciting as mutating onto the Fertilid, but it gets around Divine Arrow. Hopefully they don't have pacifism. Plus, this also leaves us 2 open, which means we can untap it to block with if we want to, or we can scatter something if they play a nice creature. Well, you're in the right place, Karo. All we do is draft. All day, every day, we drafting. So it's an interesting turn. If they have pacifism or Swallow Hole, this game's looking really bad for me. But if not, if they have Divine Arrow, I have the Feather token to bring it back. That's got to get scattered. Even though I'm going to take a hit this turn, they could cycle and tap this. I know it's a Glimmerbell, but I only have 1 blue. Plus, who even knows if they're going to play another creature? The red-white cycling deck doesn't have that many. They've already played 3. So we're definitely going to scatter that. We can afford to take a hit for 6. Yeah, now I can't untap for Swallow Hole, but it's an uncommon. I don't have a reason to put it in their hand. But, I mean, again, I have to scatter that. They could just cycle and tap it. I untap it. They cycle and tap it again. Like, it's pretty much a no-brainer to scatter that Tactician there. This card really should have been an uncommon. I think cycling would be pretty fair if Zenith was a mythic rare and Snare Tactician was an uncommon. Alright, I don't think we have any real choices. Drawing cards is cool, but I'm not going to mutate just to make another Feather token. A 3/4 flyer is a very good body on this board. Naturalist has to stay back, I think. It can trade with Rescue or the 1/1, and just it's a backup blocker in case they do have removal. So here I think we pretty clearly just hit for 4, because we don't need that back. And then we can play the Heron. Just cast it the hard way. Now they're on a 2-turn clock. Naturalist can trade with Rescuer. Yeah, I honestly think Zenith should have been a mythic rare. As a rare, it would have been okay, but it shouldn't target players still. If they wanted it to target players, because they're making standard, they're trying to make cycling standard playable, which is what I think they were trying to do, then Zenith should have been a mythic. It's the best card in the deck. It's ridiculous. Like, the once in 100 drafts that a cycling player gets to have it at mythic rare is acceptable, but to have that card at uncommon, hitting players, or even rare, it would just be too often, I think. And then Snare Tactician obviously doesn't need to be mythic or anything, but this should just be an uncommon. You can get 5 stingers and stuff. They're 2-mana 2/2s. They die. They deal a point. You can't get, like, the Snare Tactician. You just shouldn't be able to get, like, multiple copies of every draft. I mean, it just dominates the board. Snare Tactician would have been a good uncommon. Zenith would have been a good mythic rare. IMO. Well, I'm not happy about that. I'm going to take my hit for 6. Do I want to put the 1/3 on the 3/1 or the 1/1? I think the 3/1. Eating a free 1/1 here is not that important. If they have Zenith or whatever, I die. Like, good beats. I'm not beating that anyway. Can't cast that. I can mutate it, but if I mutate it, I don't have 2 to attack and then untap. If I could cast this right now, I would. But I can't. If I draw, like, 1 more land, I can mutate it and cast, like, a 2-drop. Think I'm supposed to just attack, and then if they attack, I can untap, block the Wolverine. It's not a bad trade. I go to 2, and then I sack the Feather and get back to 4/4 immediately. This is getting tight. I mean, if they don't have anything, they don't have any cycling enablers out at the moment. We traded and killed those. So the cyclers in their hand don't necessarily do anything. If they have removal, they win, of course. But if they are just holding cyclers and lands, they don't. We're in a good position. Like, if they attack with all 3, we trade with the Wolverine, we get it back immediately. We go to 2. We can put them to 3 and, like, mutate this or cast it. Or we can just, you know, mutate it, put them to 3 and cast a Naturalist. Now, obviously, if they have pacifism, we lose. If they have, you know, pretty much anything good, we lose. But we win on board. So it's not like they're making more. It's not like we can't beat a cycling card or something that you know they have. We win if all they're holding are cycling cards and lands. They have to put out more stuff. Okay, so let's see. So we can't attack and go to 3 or we're dead on board. That was this was a really bad draw here. If we had drawn, like, a land that came into play untapped, we could mutate Boneyard Lurker at least and get back Naturalist or Glimmerbell, and then we have something to block Prickling Marmoset with. What's going to happen now is we're going to have to block and die. Oh, but we're Boneyard Lurkering, so we'll be able to get another Feather token. So it's not that bad, actually. It's not good, but it's not horrible. I don't think it matters over or under. They're the same size, right? So now we get another Feather token and recur something for next turn. So I lied. It was actually not great, not horrible. I think we want something cheaper. The Flyer makes sense. I don't think it really matters other than the fact that we want it to be 2 mana. Can't attack because then we'd be dead. So we are going to 1, so that's bad. Assuming they have a Cycler. But we just need to draw something we can play. Glimmerbell only costs 2, so if we draw any creature that costs 4 or less, that's okay. I probably should have got back Naturalist because we only have 1 blue. That was kind of a mistake, I think. Maybe a bad one if we draw a blue creature or a Gust. I didn't realize we only had 1 island in these 6 lands at the time. Hopefully it won't cost us. But if I do draw, like, a blue card, that could cost us the game. No choice, of course. If we don't block Marmoset, we're dead on board. But we do have the mana to get that Phoenix right back again, so that's not the end of the world. Assuming they don't add to the board. Assuming they're just holding a land and a Cycler or something. Well, now it's bad. Don't know if there's a +3 or if we can gain life. We're probably going to lose a tight one here because we can't stop 4 creatures. Oh, we lost. That was a really good game, though. Yeah, the Snare Tactician, or Taptician, as Voxy accurately calls it. That's pretty clever. Taptician. That should have been an uncommon. Doesn't need to be a mythic, but it should absolutely be an uncommon. I think that was a mistake. That was a fun game, though. Did you have fun? Yeah, even though I lost, I had fun. That was a good, close game. It was interesting. I call that the smiley face game. Yeah, I agree. Snare Tactician, like I said, would have been a perfect uncommon. Just like Thunder Mane and Fox. It's like, it's too good for a common. You can get one every other draft. You can't get two every draft. It should have been an uncommon. Marmoset is okay at common, yeah. Stinger, Healer, and Marmoset are good cycle build-around commons. They're the right power level for common. Wizards hates the color white in Magic. We all know that. Accept it. I'm not going to scatter that one. It's the worst one. It just does next to nothing. I'm going to keep up scatter here to counter Snare Tactician, as Voxy accurately calls it, or Thunder Mane, or even a Stinger this turn. But if they're just hitting me for 2, I'm happy enough. Now I can cast Naturalist and still have scatter up. Scatter's so cheap. Like, even though you're telegraphing it, there's not much the opponent can do. It's pretty easy to just leave your 2 up. It's just such a cheap card. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Not that it's a big deal or anything, but nice way to spend their mana this turn. Okay, so we have Gusts, so we can tap out for like a Cloud Piercer here, and then of course, if they play anything like, you know, Snare Tactician, we can Gust it and then scatter it. I don't really want to keep playing islands, but I might need the mana in play. Naturalist doesn't cast either of these cards, so I need one more land to Gust and then scatter. Looks like this game's not necessarily going anywhere fast. I think we will mentor this Piercer and just chill. We now have scatter up. See what else they have. I really like the Mentors also. I think they did a really nice job with that cycle. But I can't Gust to win my own stuff. I could Gust to win their pacifism, but they'll just replay it. So the Mentor, time to trade. The Naturalist stops these 2. Scatter for their next threat. Nothing we can really do over here at the moment. And that, we will snap Scatter. No need to let them have an army of 1/1s. While Drannith Healer is one of the worst of the enablers in the cycling deck, it's still a great card because it cycles for 1 mana, so it's a split card. But it is one of the least powerful ones. Valiant Rescuer is one of the most powerful ones. So we could mutate and get back a 3/3, or we can just play a 4/4. I think I'd rather just play a 4/4. Use that Naturalist for black mana. I'm going to hold on to this island in case we draw Baby Godzilla. I won't hold on to more than 1 island. Even if this was a forest, I would play it. But we have 4 blue out. Well, it looks like a humans cycling hybrid, which is totally reasonable. Sometimes you do a little mutate theme in your cycling. Sometimes you do a little humans theme. It just depends what you see. 1 mana draw 2. Don't mind if I do. I don't see a reason to preserve Lurker. If they have Arrow, they can trade, but if not, they're taking 4. If they go for any sort of a chump block, we have a Ram Through as a trick. Like, you know, if they go for a block plus a pump spell or something. Not a chump block. I don't know why I called it that. I'm going to continue to hold the 1 island for the Looter, or like if they have a Cavern Whisper or something. I'll play Forest, I'll play Mountain if I draw it. If I draw another island, I'll play 1, but I'm going to hold the 1. I'm not going to use my Ram Through here on a token. I mean, on a 2/2 that's doing virtually nothing. I have a 5-power creature out. I can kill a big creature out of them. So I'm just going to keep attacking with the 4/4 for now. There's nothing wrong with a 4-turn clock. Yeah, I probably should have tapped the Naturalist to hold the set to keep the Ram Through up. You're right. But it was post-combat, so, like, I mean, I'm not looking to ram through Dranath Healer, so I can always ram through on my next turn, just like end of turn. But that might have been slightly better, yeah. Yeah, ram through can deal 4 to them by going through the 1-1 with the Trampler. Not a big concern either way there. What we're going to do now, though, is try and get them in combat with the ram through when they double block. So what I want to do is actually Gust of Wind away the 1-1 tokens, I think. Because otherwise they could double block with a 1-1 and a 3-1. So I think I'm going to chill for like a turn. This also gives them the ability now to play something better, because I don't really want to ram through a 3-3 or 2-2. I'm not unwilling to get a nice blowout, but it's not like that's some kind of big priority. Plus, it also frees up the Naturalist to start attacking. Okay, so they didn't add to the board, so now I'm going to get rid of the other 1-1. Now, if they want to kill Boneyard Lurker in combat, they have to double block, and then we can ram through one of these with the Cloud Piercer. Well, nothing I can do about that. Also, no big deal. I don't really want to play more lands, but I also don't want to tap Naturalist. It kind of telegraphs. I do kind of want to have Ram Through up, though, because if they go for an attack and I go for like a double or triple block, I might need to Ram Through in response to a trick. So I think it's the best thing I'm going to do here is just play the island and cast Glimmerbell. This doesn't telegraph it. Thank you, Simon Says. Appreciate the subscription. Simon Says, watch my stream. Simon Says, subscribe if you can afford to and you want to support it. So we're flooding pretty bad for our 15-land deck, but they're not doing a whole lot either. They're flooding a little too. Menace doesn't matter. Lifelink doesn't matter. We have triple blocks. I'm not going to keep playing all my lands, but I'm not going to mutate onto the Cloud Piercer. I've got the one Godzilla. I'm going to play a tap land for the life. If I draw like another island or forest at this point, I'll hold it. But even just gaining the one seems worth it. Plus, it comes into play tapped. If they had double blocked first, it's not a blowout. It's not like I would have rammed through using the Boneyard Lurker. I would have rammed through using the Cloud Piercer. So they all that would have happened was they would have gotten me to play ram through as opposed to still be holding it. Which might even have worked out better because I could have kept it. Well, no, I can't really attack with the Naturalist even if they have just the healer because it has lifelink. So it can block one and offset all three. So, I mean, on board it wouldn't be much different. They would have pulled the ram through. Their 3-3 would be dead. I'm not saying they shouldn't have done that. I'm just saying it's not like it's some kind of huge blowout. It's not like I was going to ram through using the Lurker and they were going to kill it in response. I would have rammed through using the Cloud Piercer. I love you too, Rufia. Rufia. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I love you nonetheless. Yeah, if they ultimatum me, they're going to win probably. I mean, I'll ram through in response. It's just 2 a turn after that, but my deck's loaded. There's only 15 lands in here. We've drawn, what, 10? So there's 5 lands left in the 17 cards. That's pretty strong. But there's also another Naturalist. So I could attack with the Dolphin. If I do fight off the Marshal, I can attack with all of these. What does that even accomplish? It's getting in like 1 more damage. Just gonna keep attacking with the Glimmerbell for now. I mean, look, there's threats left in my deck. I've got like Heron and Phoenix and plenty of other stuff. And if I get them low, I can kill them in 1 hit with Dolphin plus one of those. Like now I can go for the Heron on the Dolphin, which is really good. Then I can attack in the air with the Dolphin and the Glimmerbell, and I can make one of the Naturalists unblockable. So I get in a lot more damage this way. They'll probably just kill it or something, but I get my card. What are you going to do? I also have a bunch of trample damage. I can Cloud Pierce through their creatures, and this is a 5-power trampler. So that means I can deal 6 directly to them if I target the 2-power creatures. But for now, no real decisions. I'm definitely going to try and attack. So if I kill the 2 humans in response, they'll lose 4 life. And they'll take 5 from the Ram-Throughs. And then I can kill them by alphaing. If they have something, this might not work, but it seems worth it. I'm Ram-Throughing pretty good creatures here. Plus, I'm able to just lethal them if they don't have anything else. Now they have no humans, so they'll take 4 when that gets exiled. Then we can just attack with all 4 creatures for the win here. That dirty bug can only stop 1 naturalist. This draft's going okay. We're 3-2. We lost 1 really tight epic game. And 1 game, the cards didn't line up well against that Ominous Seas, plus we didn't have green. That was a pretty sweet lethal. I wasn't going to start it, because like, they could have removal, but like, if they're going to play a removal that makes them lose 4 on my flyer, might as well kill them in response. Thanks, Ace of Swords. I will. I'll switch to best of 3 after this draft. I just wanted a redemption draft after the 0-3 best of 1. But I said best of 3, so what I'll do is since that first draft was so fast and didn't really count much anyway, I'll do 2 best of 3 drafts after this one finishes. So I'll do 4 drafts, 2 best of 3 and 2 best of 1 today. I do like best of 3 a little better. I mostly like play best of 1 at night when sometimes I fall asleep like in the middle of a game or something like that while drafting. And I mostly play best of 3 when I'm just like sitting here without, going to spend a bunch of hours drafting. Why do we need... Oh, a new shaved head Rachel emote? We'll see what we can do. If she decides to rock this permanently, then we'll make a new Rachel emote. Because, yeah, she does have her long hair in that one, Janice. I think 3-2 is already redemption. Like, I won't leave feeling salty if I go 3-3 or 4-3. I was feeling a little salty after the 0-3 with... The cycling deck wasn't good, but the one I drafted there, but it wasn't horrible either. Like, again, I had 2 Thundermanes and a Zenith. Like, my draws were, like, very poor. The picture's on Twitter, John Sid. Follow me and her. She's at Ratchet Bomb, and I'm at BenS_MTG, just like on Twitch. And I retweeted it, so you can go find it on Twitter. I really want to block, but it might be too greedy. If I block, I can't theoretically cast anything, and right now I can cast Lurker and Heron. But I do have Scatter, and I'm not really in a rush. And I have 4 Naturalists, and I'm on the draw, and I have 2 of 1 Minds, and I'm blocking. I have so many good draws to open up to cast things. Like, it's not like you play with just what you have. Like, Scatter should slow them down. This should be a fairly long game. Trading a 1-3 for a 3-1 here is a good trade. I've got 3 more Naturalists, 2 of 1 Minds, plus just the red lands, plus Fertilid. So many draws. I'm not sure yet, Marco. I plan to play the weekly anytime I have a standard deck I like. I didn't play last week because all I did was draft Ikoria all week long and really didn't play any standard. Since before Ikoria came out, I'd been drafting Theros for a long time, so I didn't mind mostly playing standard during the week to prepare. I really just want to draft Ikoria all day, every day right now. But those weekend Magic Online Fests are sweet tournaments, so I can't really commit either way. Alright, I'm definitely going to scatter that. Cool, cool. There's a nice body to start mutating onto. If it lives, we can turn it into a 5-6 flyer and draw a card next turn, and then if they kill that, we have a Boneyard Lurker later, potentially. Well, if it lives was, I guess, a big if. Hopefully they don't have any more mutate stuff. I'm not going to use 3 mana instead of 5 here. If they don't mutate again onto that Harvester, we can Boneyard Lurker on the Heron, draw a card, get back Fertilid, make a 4/4 flyer, life still good. If they have another mutate creature, life not great. The Cycling deck is the best deck in the format, but if too many people draft it in any one pod, I don't think it's going to be broken. So hopefully people realize how good it is, and we'll start drafting it more. Thank you, Thurkle22. Appreciate you gifting out a sub. That's really generous. Thank you for the support. Pro Odd. Okay, I think I'm going to put the Phase Dolphin here. I'm definitely going to block. I want to save the flyer, I think. Can then Boneyard Lurker. Going to have to block next turn, but I can get back like a Heron for the turn after or Fertilid. This is odd, so I need evens for next turn. The Dolphin can't block it anyway. Yeah, I think it makes more sense to block with the Dolphin than the Glimmerbell. Back is definitely to the wall. Not saying we can't win. That might help us. I mean, if we reset this, they can If we reset this, they can mutate all those times, which is kind of bad for us. Because then they can make us sack creatures again, but we may not have a choice. Otherwise, we have to block it this turn. Could draw Scatter. This is Pro Odd. Harvester's even. So they can put the Harvester on this 3/3, and then it'll be a 4-power creature. So we have to have 2 blockers to not die. Oh, it's human, so they can't. Okay. Yeah, so I guess we have to do it. This isn't pretty, but sets them back. Back to the wall. We do have a second Scatter, I think, right? Do we only have one of those? I think we have 2. No, it's 2 Gust of Winds. Maybe it's only 1 Scatter. No, we do have 1 more Scatter, I think, right there. We have another Gust. Charge would be a good draw. We have creatures to show. I'm going to 1. 1 isn't 0. Yeah, this game's winnable. We haven't seen Auspicious Sterix this whole draft. That's like our best card in our deck. Be nice to draw that a little more. The Phoenix is really good, too. They're pretty close, but since we had to splash the Phoenix and not the Starks. But we'll see what they do here. If we find that Scatter, or if we find the Charge, or the Ram-Throughs, we might still have a game. We can mutate this and then have Ram-Through still up. 4 to mutate, and then 2 for Ram-Through. So I think if we draw like one of our 2 Ram-Throughs or Scatter or a Gust of Wind, we could still win this game. If we brick, we're going to lose. Like if we brick the next 2 turns, we're going to lose for sure. But if we start drawing some of that disruption, we might win, and we have a lot of it. We have Crash Through, 2 Ram Through, Scatter, and Gust. So that's 5 cards we could draw that are decent. Ask for Starix. I guess you receive Starix, which that might not work. It might. So let's say we mutate onto the flyer here. We're dead if we hit a land. But if we hit a creature, we can sack the tap Naturalist if they go for Harvester. We have to hit an even creature also, because the Starix will be odd if we put it on top, which we kind of need to do. This is super interesting. I could mutate this onto the Glimmerbell, get back Naturalist, cast Naturalist. That looks better. They can force me to chump this by putting Harvester on it, and chump the 3/3 with Naturalist, but I will have the Feather token. This is super tight. Missing a green. Nah, Naturalist makes green. many even creatures do I have? Because that's what I'm looking to hit. 1, 3, 4, 5. It's actually quite a bit. I have 5 outs to hit off the Starks if I go for the Starks line in 24. The problem is this gets a +1/+1 counter, so and it's going to be a Flying Harvester, so I'm going to have to chump block it. And chump block that, and sack the creature. I'm going to have no board. I can't win like that. Let's just try and hit our 5-outer. Come on, even creature. Mountain doesn't help us. We can't win. If we lurker that and get back Naturalist and play it, the end result is they Harvester this Vulpikeet, and then we have to sack the tap creature, right? And then we have untapped a 4/4 flyer and a Naturalist. Naturalist chumps Venturer, 4/4 flyer chumps this Vulpikeet because it's a flying Chittering Harvester, and then we have no board and are at 1 life and we lose everything. That was definitely the right play. 5 and 24, we're actually in a pretty good position if we hit any of the even creatures there. Because then we have a 6/6 flying Styrax, which is bigger than the Chittering Harvester with Vulpikeet. That bigger than this mutated abomination. So we had just over a 20% chance to actually be in a favorable position, as opposed to, chumping with all our creatures and getting to untap one more turn. Oh, we're drafting 2 more times, but I am going to switch to best of 3. Wait, Premier is not best of 3. Traditional is best of 3. That was fine. It was a 4-3. Or 3-3. Things didn't line up well, whatever. I mean, that deck was better than it played out, I think, but 50% records, whatever. The cycling deck didn't come together that well, but also, like I said, it was just kind of bad draws. I'm going to refill my water cup and get a Cliff Bar or something, and then we will be in another draft. How we do here. Chair stream, the best stream. Whirlwind of Thought can be good, but I don't think that's really something you want to first pick. Heartless Act is still really good removal, even if it's not as good as it looks, because there's so many creatures with counters in this format. The commons in this pack aren't great. Rock Slide is probably the best of them, so this is a pretty easy Heartless Act, I think. Kahira? When we can draft around it the whole draft? I mean, it's not one of the more busted companions, but having a companion is really good. Black-White and Green-Black both make nice Kahira decks, or Green-Black-White. And we have the whole draft to only take Cats, Elementals, Nightmares, Dinos, and Beasts. I'm in. If this wasn't in the pack, I would take Flamespill. Red-Black Sack's a good deck in this format, like in every format. And Mutual Destruction's another fine card, but you don't necessarily want a ton of them, and you don't necessarily know how well it's going to go in your deck. I take Heartless Act over Blood Curdle. They're both good. Sometimes I would take Blood Curdle over Heartless Act, but the ability to blow people out with 2 mana when they mutate and stuff is just too strong. Kind of wish I had taken Flamespill now that Fire Prophecy is the best card in the pack. I do really love having a companion any chance you can. Beast, Dino, Nightmare, Cat, Elemental. Not Fox or Bird, huh? Shouldn't you just do Foxes? I guess Foxes and Cats don't get along or something. We could take the Nightmare Squirrel. This is a Beast. Yeah, Great Horn goes well with it. I don't love Great Horn, but it is a solid playable. Kahira is not insane. Kahira is very good. Having a companion is insane. Like, anytime you can put anything in the companion slot, it's like near broken just because you're up a card every game at the start of the game. But if Kahira's just in your deck and most of your creatures are it, I don't think it's a broken card. It still dies a lot of the time. Parcel Beast works with Kahira. It's so easy to splash. I don't necessarily know what colors we're going to play yet, but Parcel Beast is awesome, so this is an easy choice. Could have had like 3 Fire Prophecies, but I'm never going to complain. I agree with LSV. 4th pick Parcel Beast is nice. That's a fine way to describe it. So, here's one thing I want to talk about. When you start with Kahira and you try and make its requirement, it's not that hard to meet, but you will have picks where you won't be able to get a creature and you would have otherwise. So that means you want to prioritize creatures over removal by quite a bit to make sure you get enough dinos, beasts, cat elementals, etc., etc. So something like Gust of Wind, which I like a lot, I'll take lower. Now in this case, Mole isn't one of the accepted Kahira types, so I'm going to take Gust of Wind, because there's no creature I can take. But I do want to prioritize, and I want to point out that we're going to prioritize creatures that meet Kahira's requirement higher than we normally would, substantially. It's not just we're going to not take creatures that don't meet its requirement. It's that the creatures that do meet its requirement, we have to over-prioritize so that we get enough good creatures. Symbite is good, but I think we might take Necropanther. That's a way to buy back Kahira after they kill it. And we're going to play an all-creature Kahira deck with Kahira in the, whatchamacallit slot. With Kahira in the companion slot. So while I want Symbiotes pretty badly, and I will take them pretty aggressively, I'm more interested in this Necropanther as a way to buy back Kahira after they kill it. Primal Empathy is just great. Just an easy pick here. I would like the land, but Primal Empathy is very good. And it looks like we're going to play blue-green, light splash, black-white, whatever. We already have Great Horn for splashing. Green is really good at light splashing in this format if you want to. Can't play Naturalist, that's true. Can't have humans. Can't have elephants. Kahira does cats, elementals, nightmares, dinos, and beasts. Can do Gloom Pangolins. Might just want this Pterodon. If this card is a 4/7, that's a little better. Frostful Ambush seems like a card we might want 1 or 2 of, but I think Pterodon in our Kahira deck makes sense. Can do dinos. I might not even really notice the land. That might have just been my mistake. Which land was it? Blue-black? Yeah, I probably should have took the land. I don't even think I saw it for some reason. Thinking about these tofu turkey plant ham slices I'm eating at the moment. Sorry. I'm going to grab Glider. Fine creature. Meets the requirement. Recursion is really important in this deck. I agree I should have took the blue-black land. I just didn't see it. But I actually don't... I wouldn't describe this the way LSV just did at all. This card is not unplayable in this deck. Great Horn ramps. Parcel Beast ramps. This creature, part of the problem with it is it's easy to race. But if you have Kahira out, it gives it Vigilance. So now you got a 4/7 hexproof Vigilance or a 4/7 flying Vigilance, so it can attack and block. So I would not, by any stretch, describe this Pterodon as unplayable in our deck. I think I'm going to play it in the deck. I think it's almost certainly going to make the main. But I still should have took the blue-black duel because I have black stuff I want to splash. So now we have a pick between Tiger and Steppe. Yes, I know we can't have any humans, but we're still happy to play this flyer. But if we end up with a bunch of small creatures, Monster Step's a fine card in this deck. Red-black. Red's the only color we're not interested in. Gonna grab Glider, I think. Oh, wait. Corpse Churn's another way to buy back Kahira when they kill it. And I'm gonna lock up the Corpse Churn. We didn't see much white. Probably do a Soul Tie, get rid of the Glider. Are Antelope or Lizard types? No, they are not. I am not vegetarian, no. But Rachel is vegan, so we buy a lot of, like, vegetarian stuff. Actually, even before I met Rachel, I bought a lot of the meat substitutes and stuff. Like, look, sometimes I just want a delicious steak or whatever, but, you know, when I'm using, like, milk in my cereal, I can barely even tell the difference between whole milk and almond milk and stuff like that. Leech and Elephant are both not approved, so you might as well choose the healthier one, I think, in some spots. Yeah, meat substitutes taste good to me, too. I never mind them. Well, can we have 2 companions? We could actually meet both requirements pretty easily if we dropped Corpse Churn and Heartless Act. I mean, Karuga is by far the best card in this pack, and both Karuga and Kahira can go in our main, so, I mean, I'm going to take Karuga, and then we'll just decide which one to put on the companion slot and which one to put in our deck. Now, if we see, like, naturalists and stuff that we really want, we could always consider moving the Karuga to the... Oh, well, not naturalist, because it costs 2, but we could easily drop our 2/2 mana cards here, one off a splash removal and one that's not really even very good. So we can do either one in the companion slot now. So that gives us some options. So neither of these creatures meet either requirement. So unfortunately, they're both good cards for us, but they don't work well. Frostlynx meets both requirements, so we're probably going to have to take that. Easy Trumpeting Gnar now, of course. This card is excellent. Blue-green is definitely the right deck for us to play. Maybe we'll splash black, maybe we won't. We'll see what we end up getting. So if we want to put Karuga in the companion slot, we can take Mentor, which will be quite good in our deck. I didn't say it was a 6-mana bomb either. I said it was playable in this deck. I'd rather put Kahira in the Mentor slot. This way I can play, like, Symbiotes and Essence Scatters, but we don't have any yet. I guess we're not really giving much up, so I can take Mentor and then just decide later. Dolphin's fine. Baby Godzilla is a frog. Please be approved. Frogs are not approved. This card is so good in our deck. Should I just not put either in the companion slot? No, I'm just kidding. Companions are worth it. But Baby Godzilla would be awesome here with Gnar and Greathorn and Parcel and all this stuff. Yeah, I know. We have to take Lynx. Well, or the land, actually. But I guess we might not even splash black. I'm not sure. It's land or the Lynx. Because you do want to put one of those in our companion slot. Lynx does fit both. And we need to slow them down if we're not going to have 2-drops. Archipelagore is pretty broken. And we haven't gotten any of the Symbites or Scatters or any of the good 2-drop slots. I think we should put Karuga in the companion slot. This way we can play Archipelagore. That's the first real reason I think we've seen. I know Greathorn is fine in our deck, but I think Archipelagore is insane. And, like, Leviathan's not covered, but now we have 2 companions. So now we can just put Karuga in the companion slot. Get rid of these little splash things that we didn't pick up any lands to splash anyway. Karuga is very, very good. Absolutely agree with that. Kahira is well worth having in your companion slot. If we didn't get Karuga, I would not have even took Archipelagor. I would have stayed on for the, stayed on these 5 types for the free creature every game. But now that we have to choose, we were basically looking to see whether we got past like Symbiotes and Scatters, which are awesome cards for our deck but don't meet Karuga's requirement, or whether we got some great creature like Archipelagor, which doesn't meet Kahira's requirement but does meet Karuga's. The last thing you want to do is lead the Stampede in a Karuga deck. You pretty much have, like, massive card advantage every game, but you don't get to play a 2-drop. So, slow card drawing is the last thing on earth you want in this deck. The thing about companions is since you have them every game, you can really draft around them. So yeah, we want life gain. Honey Mammoth, for example, which we have one of, is probably better than Wingfield Pterodon now. It wouldn't have been, of course, with Kahira in the companion slot. But now we want the life gain. We might even play a Thwart the Enemy or something. It's not unthinkable. We'll definitely board it in. So for now, there's Great Horn, Avian Oddity. Naturalist would be the best card for our deck in this pack, but of course it doesn't meet Karuga's requirement. Oh yeah, the Mentor's in, probably. But nonetheless, Great Horn could easily be the pick, yeah. Or it's that or Oddity, I think. It's probably pretty close, but knowing we can't play Symbiotes and Brushwags, Great Horn gets substantially worse for us. Like, we could never curve it out on turn 3. Heron here, over next to nothing, not really close. Recluse there, not remotely close to anything else. This looks pretty good. I mean, you fall a little behind in your Karuga deck, but we've got the 3 Frostlinks to slow them down. Most of our creatures, especially all the small ones, still meet the Kahira requirement. I think that this is Great Horn over Wolfbear. Wolfbear is really good with Naturalist, which we literally can't even play because of Karuga. Archipelagor is literally a broken Magic card. Great Horn is not great in this deck. Great Horn's still fine, but it's definitely not great. Turn 2 Symbiote, turn 3 Great Horn, turn 1 Brushwag, turn 3 Great Horn is great. Turn 4, tap 4 for Great Horn, or turn 4, put it on a Frostlinks. It's fine. It's not great. It's like medium Horn in this deck. But it's still a beast. Kahira turns it into a nice 4/5 Vigilance. Also, we have expensive cards and mutate synergies. So, like, we can still just play a Lynx, tap something down, then put Great Horn on it, get a land. Then we can put, like, Pelagor on it, tap things down, get a land. Like, it's not bad. Okay, we can't play Ram through because of Karuga. I think the last thing this deck wants to do is lead the Stampede, so I'll grab the 4/4. Wolf Bear are actually not types for this either, and we have next to no humans. So I'm probably not even going to play this 4-mana 4/4. Maybe if we end up getting a blue Mentor late here or something like that. Nice pick up there with Gust of Wind. We're not even splashing. We're just doing the 2-color blue-green deck, so no reason to pick up Wilds. Don't get me wrong, I'd play Wilds, but I'd rather have a Gust of Wind for sure. I'm not really worried about decking. We're a creature deck. We'll be able to close with all these monsters. We'll probably just play 9/9 for our lands. You know, given we don't have fixing, but we have Karuga every game, we never want to miss land drops. So, like, it's pretty easy to play 18 when you have Karuga. Like, you don't want to go nuts with this concept or anything, but you can definitely add, like, 1 extra land to your 40 when you have a companion that costs a decent amount of mana. Like, if you have a powerful companion like Gyruda, Obosh, or Karuga in your companion slot, you should up your land count by, like, 1. So it's pretty easy for us with this deck to just play 9/9 as our mana. So now do we want the Skybonder or the Crystal? Skybonder's not amazing in this deck, but we could turn into a 4/4 with Wolf Bear. We also have 2 Gust of Winds to lower the cost of. I don't think we're going to need to play Crystal to ramp. We just have a bunch of 3s, 4s, and 5s. I don't think Crystal's offering us much value. I mean, Cycle on turn 2 is not doing anything unless you're actually going to cast Crystal sometimes. Like, it's not accomplishing anything. These cards don't matter. So we're going to have to cut 2. Since we're no longer the Kahira deck. Oh, we only have to cut 1 because Karuga's in the companion slot. So I think we're probably going to cut the Pterodon like Luis wanted. Maybe he's just Psychic. Because I think the Pterodons would have been pretty good in the Kahira deck. But in the Karuga deck, the last thing I need is a 6-drop like that. I do think we want to play 18 lands. Like I said, we can never miss land drops. We don't even have Cyclers. If we had Cyclers, we could play 17. But we have just 1 Monstrous Step here, I think. So if we ever miss land drop 3, we just lose. And, of course, we're going to have this amazing card drawing 5-drop. So I think 9/9 looks good. All of these creatures. Wolf Bear, do we want these? What are our humans? The Skybonder and the Mentor, and that's it? They are 4-mana 4/4s. Monster Step is really good with Trample. Do we have any Trample? It's pretty good with Wolf Bear, actually, if we have a human. Decent with Phase Dolphin. The first card out right now, and the only card I'm even considering, is the Wolf Bear. I mean, look, it is a 4-mana 4/4. It's not good, but it's fine. And it has synergy with Monstrous Step. And it has synergy with Skybonder that's pretty good. And it also, we have the Hornbash Mentor. We're not going to 41 cards. We'll just make the cut. Whatever. We can cut. We have cuttable cards. It's not like, oh my god, all these cards are so good, and we're not going to deck. Like, the cuttable cards are like Phase Dolphin, Mentor, it's never targeting a 2. Skybonder. We could easily cut these Wolf Bears. We could cut a Great Horn. We could cut Monstrous Step. Gust isn't cuttable. We aren't able to play Ram Through or Essence Scatter with Karuga, so we have very little removal and disruption. We're playing like 19, 20 creatures. Gusts are not cuttable. Thank you, Fibblethip. Appreciate the subscription. That's very brave of you, sir. The cuttable cards are like Wolf Bear, Great Horn, a land, but I think we should play 18. Monstrous Step, but I think it's good in this deck. I think the Wolf Bears might be slight. I think it's just Wolf Bear or Great Horn. I think it's like super close. I'm kind of leaning towards cutting the third Great Horn though. We do have 2 humans, plus we draw a decent amount of cards. Turn 3 Skybonder or Mentor into the 4/4 that makes them bigger. Plus we have Monstrous Step and Archipelagore. Like, we could put Archipelagore on the Wolf Bear and then attack and make the humans into a 7/7. I think that the Wolf Bear is slightly better than the Great Horn in this deck, but it's super close. Great Horn is better than Wolf Bear in this deck if we have 2 drops, but we can never, ever mutate on turn 3. It's impossible. Because we're playing a Karuga deck. So I think I'm going to go with 2 Wolf Bear, 2 Great Horns, but I think it's extremely close. Snap play first. I would never draw first with this deck. Again, 18 lands, massive card drawing with every game with Karuga. Don't want to fall behind. Of course, a 1-lander. So I talk about this concept from time to time, but since I'm a pro who draws first a lot, it's probably worth talking about now. The more cheap interaction you have, and the more cheap cards and cheap removal you have, the more you want to draw. The more expensive your cards, and the slower, the more you want to play. This deck is the definition of a play first deck. It's all creatures, like no removal, expensive, powerful, it draws cards. This is a play first deck. Draw first decks, you got a couple of Divine Arrows, you got Fire Prophecies, Dead Weights. Cheap interaction makes you want to draw. And card drawing and creatures make you want to play. No 3-drop. Nothing we can really do. Should I cycle the step or hold it? Probably cycle it. We want to make our next couple land drops. I also don't really want to play Parcel Beast right now, I don't think. I mean, I guess I can't block Marmoset no matter what, and I really want to make my land drops. Maybe I'm just supposed to bounce Marmoset here. Even though I might be able to hold this for a more expensive card later, or something to mutate onto, I want to double my chances at land 5 next turn. So I think I'm just going to Gust of Wind here, primarily because now I have 2 cards to find land 5 instead of just 1. Okay, cool. So what do we want to do now? We can play like one of the 3-drops and Parcel Beast on it. That's the only way to use 5 mana. I mean, aside from Karuga, which I'm not casting right now. I need to make land drop 5, not for Karuga, just because I need to keep making my land drops, because Karuga will give me infinite ammo, and I want to be able to play 2 things in 1 turn sooner or later. Archipelagore costs 6 to mutate, and is just, like I said, a really busted card. I don't really want to Frostlinks right now. The Ceratops is going to grow. It's only a 2/3 right now. I think what I'm going to do here is just play Phase Dolphin and put Parcel Beast on it. Course over, you just always put the bigger one over because you get all the abilities. Maybe it's not better than just casting the Beast. I don't know. It is the same size. I do get the ability. I don't know. It's definitely fancier. It doesn't accomplish much. I do get the Phase Dolphin ability for later, because I'm probably going to end an extra mutate on it, because I'm probably going to put Archipelagore on it and tap 2 things. So if it lives, it's better, I think. I don't need that Phase Dolphin in my hand. But if it dies, then it would... I'm not outplaying myself. I did it for reasons. Like, if you look at my hand, like, Archipelagore taps for the number of times the creature has mutated, and it makes that into a 7/7. So the likely next 3 turns from now was Archipelagore on this creature, tap 2 things, and an attack with a 7/7 that can then make something else unblockable. That said, that required it living, so maybe that was a bit ambitious. But the thing is, I'm going to die before I can cast all my cards, or I'm going to win. So, like, I don't know. I think that was a close choice. I don't think it's, like, very bad or very good. I went with the Great Horn so that next turn I could play Lynx and Great Horn if I drew a land. I guess if I play Lynx, yeah, then I can't play 2 creatures next turn. Sorry, no, I still can't do that. What am I saying? Oh, no, I could. Yeah. I could mutate the Great Horn and... Okay, what am I doing now? 6 mana. Not going well at all. We're at 1. Let's go to the next. The goal of Magic is not to 2-for-1 or avoid 2-for-1s. I know Chad is always obsessed with that, but... Like, as you saw, I lost that game with 3 cards in my hand. Like, I definitely... And a Karuga on suspend. I definitely wasn't worried about getting 2-for-1. That thought never entered my mind. What entered my mind was... Do I want to spend this extra mana now and put these 2 cards together for later when I Archipelagore it? Or would I rather cast Phase Dolphin, like, when I hit 6 mana to have an extra body in play? That was, like, all I even thought about there. Getting 2-for-1 was, like, not even, like... It wasn't even worth, like, thinking about in any way, shape, or form. We were not going to lose that game to card advantage. We were going to lose that game to not getting to deploy our hand. Well, I'd already mulliganed once there, so I certainly wasn't going to go to 5 looking for a 3-drop. Do we keep or do we mull this? Snap keep. We're on the play. If we miss land 3, turn 3, the game is over. Like, we have no 2-mana cards in our deck. LSV, would you keep or mull? Tapping the extra creature is huge, though, LSV. Archipelago taps for the number of times the creature is mutated, right? How is this ever a mull? Because we have a 2-lander on the play, and if we miss a land drop, we lose, because we have no 2-mana cards in our whole deck. And even if they, like, kill Recluse, if we don't draw another 3-drop, we don't even have anything to mutate onto. I think it's super close, this hand. Yeah, that's the other situation, is like, will I cast Frostlinks and Dolphin on turn 6? No, I hate this hand, but it's probably still a keep, but we are 18 lands, so hopefully we'll draw 1, but I don't know. It's not like we can draw 2-mana cards also. That's the thing. Like, normally when you keep a hand like this, I talk about this concept from time to time on stream. You count your good draws. And obviously, a land is most of your good draws. But, like, you'd still be happy on turn 2 to draw a Scatter or a Symbiote. They're worse draws than a land, but they're still good draws, right? So, no, like, right now, we had 17 lands and 33 cards. So we had 17 good draws. Let's pretend this deck had 2 Symbiotes and 2 Scatters. We would have 21 cards that would be good draws on turn 2 instead of 17. So, like, this hand out of this deck is substantially worse than it is out of a normal deck, because we don't have any 2-mana cards we can draw. So the reason I played Partial Beast out this time is because I need 2 blockers for Otter. If they have Capture Spear or Rumbling Rock Slide, I can't let them start hitting me with this Thieving Otter. So I had to play a second body. It could have been Great Horn or Beast. I figured I can get the Beast going. Alright, no real decisions here. Just going to cast Great Horn, same as last turn. We need to have multiple blockers for Otter. You know there's nothing I fear more than letting my opponent draw cards. Oh yeah, Karuga's totally broken. I agree. Kahira's very good, but not, like, totally broken. Karuga's totally broken. Mutate is much worse when you have no low casting cost creatures. I wasn't prioritizing Mutate highly. Remember, I even cut the 3rd Great Horn. Archipelago is still broken. You're happy to mutate Archipelago on your 5-drop. Who cares? You get a 7/7 haste and tap down their creatures. Alright, for now, I don't think we mind just putting things out. If the Great Horn resolves, do we want to attack with this Great Horn? They could, like, quad block it. We would trade with 3 tokens. I do kind of want lands. Maybe I mutate the Great Horn on the Great Horn. Get 2 lands. I know that's a play LSV approves of. There is some nice value there. I'm not sure if it's better or worse than just having an extra 3/4. Because, like, they are blue, so they may leave Scatter up indefinitely. I'm definitely not playing Ikoria. I have plenty of other comparable things to do, and they have Scatter mana up right now. There's no way we're playing Ikoria this turn. The choices this turn are play Great Horn or mutate Great Horn on Great Horn, basically. I don't need to make this creature bigger. I think I'm just supposed to play Great Horn. This is an 18-land deck. Like, 13 of my 28 are lands and we're under no pressure. I can play Gust of Wind, which will double my chances to make a land drop. I think we just want to put out more bodies at this point. This play feels extremely close between Great Horn on Great Horn or just play Great Horn. But given we have, like, Gust of Wind, which draws a card, Ikoria, which if we can resolve it, draws infinite cards, like, I think I just put out Great Horn here. They could have Frostveil Ambush. If I play the Great Horn on the Great Horn and they ambush, then I take 6 and they draw a card. Whereas a single on tap 2/3 stops their team pretty effectively. Okay, and that's what we wanted to see. Now they don't have Scatter mana up. No need to draw more than 4 cards. Even I'm not that level of greedy. Yeah, Pyroceratops is a build-around. In fact, my week 2 Ikoria draft guide that will be going up on CFB Pro any day is blue-red spells. It's basically how to draft around Ceratops. It's an archetype I've had a lot of success with. Probably second to the cycling archetype for me in this format, as far as how effective it is. Oh, apparently it went up today. I didn't know that. So if you check it out, if you have CFB Pro, I wrote an archetype guide for how to draft blue-red spells, which is basically drafting around Ceratops. Ironically, I don't even know if Ceratops is better than Wolverine in the deck, but you have 2 great commons to build around with the Wolverine and the Ceratops. And then at uncommon, Sprite Dragon is just absolutely broken if you play it on turn 2 and it lives. Plus, the deck just has some natural good synergy. Alright, let's see. They're tapped again. I think I just want to resolve Archipelagora here now while they're tapped. There's never any guarantee that that's going to resolve. We're not really afraid of blocks at this point. We're still at 19. We have a massive advantage. Just going to go ahead and slap that onto, like, one of the Great Horns so we can get more lands, make something giant. And then we can just, like, tap down their biggest creature, attack with the R stuff that has profitable attacks. Probably just the 7/7. Maybe the 5/4, because if they double block the 5/4, we kill both. That still leaves us 2 blockers back. And I'm not worried about Frostveil Ambush, because they'll just die to my other creatures. Like, on turn 5, if I would have Great Horned on the Great Horn, I would have been worried about Frostveil Ambush. Now, let them tap my 2 on-tap creatures and hit me. I'll just on-tap, Lynx their blocker, and kill them with my 7/7 and my 5/4. Lutri is really good because it's the easiest companion to meet. Like, it's one of the easiest. Gigantha might be the easiest. I don't know. Gigantha and Lutri are basically very easy to meet. And you just get a free creature. Like, I'm not actually sure which of the companions are better, like, in the companion slot. So, like, for example, Ikoria and Gyruda are much better cards than Gigantha and Lutri in your deck. But Ikoria and Gyruda have pretty hefty companion requirements. Gigantha and Lutri have almost no companion requirement. So it's like your opponent starts with a mulligan every game, and you didn't have to do anything to make that happen. Like, I don't know which one of those in the aggregate will give you a higher win percent. But basically, Companion is just awesome. The Companions are awesome. The Companion slot is awesome. Go to great lengths to use it. Draft around it. Companion's just great. This doesn't bother me at all. We'll put Trumpeting Gnar and Archipelagor, tap down their team, make 3/3s, hit them for infinite. Like, I don't think they stand a realistic chance at winning here. Past that, I don't see any reason to tap down the Otter. Just going to probably mutate the Great Horn onto the Beast. Wait, what am I doing? Sorry, I'm supposed to put the Great Horn on the Archipelagor to get a Beast. I don't get a Beast this way. That was just a total brain fart. I apologize. Everything I did this game was fine except this last play, which made no sense. But whatever. Forget about the under. At that point, I was off it. But yes, I was thinking I would get a 3/3, and I wanted the extra body. Obviously, I'm supposed to put it on the Archipelagor to get the 3/3. That play made no sense, but they're dead, and we're going to win anyway. Showing dominance. That play made no sense whatsoever. Hiding my shame so they can't see the Great Horn. The bad thing is now we're on the draw. This is a deck that's win percent is going to be a lot higher on the play than the draw. So what can we do? We could board in Convolute. Is that good against them? Not really. I don't think we particularly need a 3/5 reach against them. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, Thort might be decent against them. Especially on the draw. I think I'll try one Thort. They're definitely the kind of deck that's tapping things and attacking and is trying to win through aggression. I don't hate boarding out like Monstrous Step for Thort or something on the draw here. Yeah, they did have Phoenix, but they didn't play many flyers for a blue deck, right? Did they play anything else? I just want to make my land drops forever. Like, a big part of why I lost game one was missing land drops. But the thing is, I can't really use Great Horns effectively a lot of the time. Like, if I play like a turn 3 Gnar, then I can Great Horn onto it on turn 4, and that's awesome. Get my land and an extra body. I obviously don't care if the body's a 3/3 or a 3/4. But given I have no 1 or 2 drops, because I can't really mutate Great Horns that often, effectively. I think we should play 19 lands, if anything, not 17. The primary reason I lost game 1 was missing land drops, and having to do work to make land drops. I wish I had more lands, not less. But I'm going to start with the Gnar now. Don't know if they have Scatter or not, but we didn't see one in game 1. And then if that resolves, I can put the Great Horn on it, which is awesome. Because then I can get land and a 3/3 out of Great Horn, which is what I really want to accomplish. No, I'm not worried about landing Empathy. Empathy's too good to cut, but this isn't an Empathy deck. Karuga means I have Empathy every game. Again, I basically start with the perspective that I'm going to have infinite cards every game, because that's what Karuga does. Obviously, sometimes I might counter it, or they might kill all my stuff. They might pressure me to the point I have to trade. Extreme things can happen. But for the most part, my number one goal with this deck is make land drops and not die, because I'll win with card advantage from Karuga. It's in the companion slot. I have access to it every game, 100% of the time. Yeah, if I draw a land here, I might put the Recluse on the Gnar, because I still get the extra 3/3. Since I didn't, I'm almost certainly going to put the Great Horn out right now. And then I can put the Recluse on it too if they don't mess with it. And then we'll go over, of course. I'm going to attack with the Great Horn. They can't do anything with their 3-2. And then if they attack back with the 3-2, I'm happy to trade the Beast for it. I wouldn't even really want to block here with the Great Horn on the Wolverine. I don't particularly want to lose this Great Horn. If I get to put Recluse on it next turn, I get another land. It gets +2/+2, and I get another 3/3 Beast. So Gnar in my deck is going to be awesome to just play on turn 3, and then start putting things on it every turn. So for now, I'm pretty happy that I can just throw this 3/3 Beast in front of Wolverine. If they interact here, whatever, I take 4. And then I have the ability to stack onto this Great Horn again next turn. I wouldn't say that. LSV might say that if he's still around, but I wouldn't say that, Adam. So snap block, if they can cycle 3 times, good beats. I get their turn anyway. So unfortunately, they did have the removal, but that's all right. We still have plenty of stuff to do. Unfortunately, we don't have the land. I'm not going to Gust to win the 1/3 to try and hit the land drop. This turn, we can just put out a 4/4, use all our mana. If they play something big and we don't draw a land, we'll Gust a win to try and work up to 6 so we can start double spelling. Like I said, my biggest concern with this deck is always making land drops. Like here, I might even just Kahira. They're down to 3 cards in hand, and they're not playing one of these Abzan decks where we're going to need infinite power. I think I'm happy to just draw 1 card off Kahira, double my chances at hitting land 6 next turn, and use all my mana. This is really very not greedy, and you know I like to be greedy, but at this point, I just think this is like the most value we're going to get. The second line I would have considered would have been Skybonder into Gust, because that uses all our mana and doubles our chances. But we don't really need to bounce Ceratops right now. It hasn't even grown yet. We might as well let them play a card or 2 and then bounce it. And, like, we don't need to draw more cards. Empathy's going to draw cards too with Karuga out. Like, so I just think, like, this game we didn't need more cards from Karuga against this kind of, like, cheap aggro deck at this point in the game. So now we really want to get Empathy going. Looks like a good turn to Frostlinks to Ceratops and play Empathy. Start getting our 2 cards per turn. We're only taking 1. That's pretty irrelevant. And then, of course, we still have the Gust to bounce the Ceratops now. And we did what we were supposed to, which is wait as long as possible on Gusting Ceratops within reason. So that now they're pretty much out of spells and it'll come down small. So let's see where we're at mana-wise. The only thing is if we go Skybond or Gust, we're not doing anything else this turn, so that's not great. We could play Kahira. Then we can attack with the Lynx. If it trades with either of those, we're happy. Then we can just tap 4 and Gust. We also don't have to Gust this turn. We could wait and Gust for 2 later and just play another 4/4 or something. I do want to Gust that Ceratops, though. It is kind of scary in play. I think what I'm going to do here is Kahira pre-combat. Gives Frostlinks Vigilance. They have 2 spells in the yard right now, so I'd happily trade this Frostlinks for either of their creatures. And then post-combat, I'll just Gust the Ceratops. Reset it, knock all those counters off. If they just attack here, I'll trade Kahira for Wolverine. Kahira doesn't pump Skybonder. I don't even think it pumps Wolf Bear. Not that big of a deal to me. Hopefully they didn't draw a spell, but if they did, I mean, what is it going to do to be a real blowout anyway? The best thing they could probably do would be like cycle, and then they get a new card plus eat the Kahira. But I consider Kahira for the Wolverine a really good trade right there. I mean, I've got power in hand. I'm drawing 2 cards a turn. I primarily just didn't want to die. So now Skybonder stops Glimmerbell, Wolf Bear stops Ceratops, and we try and ride Primal Empathy to victory. That was primarily why I played the Karuga so not greedily, because I knew I had a late-game card-drawing engine already in Empathy in my hand anyway. So I didn't need to win through the card advantage from Ikoria since I had Empathy. Okay, I mean, I think it's time to flip it on them, right? We can certainly win this race. If we put Recluse on the Wolf Bear, Skybonder's a human, so this is pretty broken. We get to attack with 2 6/6s. They have 5 power out. Their choice is Chump or take 12. And then post-combat, I'll Frostlink something to make sure we don't die, assuming they take the 12. No reason to tap pre-combat. They're more than welcome to Chump with anything. They only had 5 power. Both our creatures are 6/6s. Now I'll tap the Ceratops. If they use removal on Frostlinks and hit me with the Otter, draw a card, they still have to stop both of these. So life's pretty good. I guess I could have actually bounced also. I didn't really need to, but I could have done it. Well, we obviously weren't going to Frostlink's Glimmerbell since it untaps, but either of these were reasonable. But the Ceratops was just the scarier creature. And they have 1 blocker. We have 2 attackers. Pleasure doing business with you. Pretty sure they were just dead no matter what at that point. Big salty. Don't get salty. I don't really want to Lynx nothing. I think I just play Mentor. I know I don't have anything to put a counter on right now, but a 3/3 is still a pretty real card. And as I talked about a lot last match and this whole draft, I'm kind of obsessed with time, because then I'll win with Ikoria's cards. Frostlings, which I have 3 of, is basically my removal in this deck. I have almost no removal spells or interaction other than those Lynxes. So I think I'm better off just adding this to the board. I can even turn it into a 4/4 in a turn. I can show you the deck right now if you can see this little small pop-up. On-tap good game is sweet. Except I just hit it. I don't know where it went. Okay, they links me back. Cool, whatever. There we go. So that's the deck. While I'm at it, now out of the draft portion, let's make me a little bigger. Not that much bigger. It's a little excessive. Big Ben. Alright, so if we attack with both as 4/4s, they can block with Tiger. Otherwise, they have no blocks. So this looks like a pretty good turn to Frostlinks. Next turn, we know we can put Archipelago on Frostlinks, and this game should pretty much be over. So now we tap down their 3/4. It'll stay tapped. Hit them for 8. They have no blocks. We don't even need Ikoria. Dolphin is filler, yeah. Archipelago goes really well on it, though. So if they have Scatter mana up, I don't think I slam Archipelago, or maybe I still do, because if they Essence Scatter it, then they can't play Divine Arrow or Combat Trick, and then they take another 8. Well, if they Gust for Wind, now we can go back to the plan of Pelagor on Frostlinks, hit them for 10. It's not lethal, but it's a pretty good turn. No real decisions here. however I pronounced it, assume you were right and I pronounced it wrong. That's the most likely scenario. So they need 2 blockers. I'm nowhere near dead, so I'm not worried if they survive and attack back. They could have Frostville Ambush, especially the fact that they're playing Valiant Rescuer in their deck tells us they're more likely to have that card. Think I'm just going to go for Dreamtail Heron on the Archipelagor. If they have a counter, cool, I get to attack. If they ambush, I get to tap down their 2, 3, 4s for another turn, and I draw a card. Also giving it flying. If I draw a 3-drop, I'll play it. Nice tapping auto-tapper. If I don't, then I have Gust of Wind, because now it has flying. And of course, if they have nothing, I'm just good. Because they need to have 2 blockers, and they can only make 1 by cycling. I think we'll probably get Frostville Ambushed. That's what I kind of would have predicted here. But again, it's not really a scary thing. We can't really lose if the game just goes longer and longer. Again, next turn we're going to cast like something else or 2, tap everything, do more. Then we'll Karuga and draw 80 cards. Like, the longer the game goes, the better. I probably should have tapped the 3-1 and the Heron and bounced the Tiger. Probably bounced the wrong one. After that play, it was right. Like, at the point that I chose to bounce the Frostlinks with Gust of Wind, the play was right. But earlier, I probably should have just tapped the other one and then Gust of Winded the Tiger. Okay, so again, I'm going to put out Greathorn here on the Archipelagor and just tap their team. And then I'll also cast, like, Wolf Bear here. No reason to let them loot, I don't think. I don't really care about a 3-1. Archipelagor, like Sturix, is pretty much a 1-card combo deck. You just can't really lose if they don't deal with it. It's just so broken. And not legendary. So now we'll put the other one on the Wolf Bear. Tap down a blocker, attack with 2 7/7s. I hope they have a scatter. I guess actually that's not even better than just tapping down all their stuff. So I'll just put it on the same one already. I can't even count how many creatures are going to get tapped now. We need Frank Karsten for this math. It didn't matter. We're winning 100% either way. These are the kind of games where people are always like, why don't you do X? And I'm like, well, we're 99.999 to win one way and 99.99999 to win the other way. Like, how do you think when you have a Karuga on Suspend and Companion, multiple Archipelagors going, and you're just debating which way you want to tap their whole team twice? I think on the draw, I'm going to keep trying Thwart the Enemy. It might be okay with all of our card advantage against aggro decks. Obviously, I won't board it in against a control deck, but they're like blue-white flyers. They've got Frostlinks. They're playing like a flying tempo type game as well. So I think 1 Thwart the Enemy makes some sense. I'm not going to go nuts with the concept, but I could see bringing in 1. I think Monstrous Step might actually be decent in this matchup. I don't necessarily want to board that out. Take out like a Wolf Bear on the draw. Part of the reasons Blue-Green Mutate is so good is because the 2-mana cards are so good in the tempo decks. So, like, it's worth not having them for Karuga. But if you read my Blue-Green archetype guide on Channel Fireball Pro, I value Essence Scatter, Ram Through, and Essence Symbiote, and Naturalist very highly. All 4 common Blue-Green 2-mana cards are awesome. All 4 of those. Glimmerbell is fine, but Glimmerbell is not awesome. So I think we want Frostlinks, because I just want to start stacking stuff on it. I mean, I don't really want to tap anything right now, but my other choice is Empathy, which doesn't impact the board. I do consider Empathy a really good uncommon. Like, it's a win condition. I'm going to tap the Glimmerbell. Yes, I know they can untap it, but the tapper's doing nothing right now. So they probably have a card they want to cast. If I lock up 2 of their mana on turn 4, that's good. And if I stop them from hitting me for 1, I think that's more valuable than tapping Officer right now. So I do consider Empathy a good win condition for blue-green. It's nice and cheap, and it's a card-drawing engine. But when you have Karuga, you just have a better card-drawing engine every game, so then you don't really care much about Empathy. I'm not going to cut it, but I wouldn't draft it highly if I have Karuga. I would draft it highly if I didn't have Karuga. So we want to bounce that after they sink down into growing it. I think for now, we just Great Horn here. If we don't do this, we can't really attack. They have a blocker. If we do it, we get to ramp, which is really good for this deck. We're not really under a ton of pressure or anything. Thank you, Rusty Winchesters. Appreciate the subscription. Thanks to everybody who chooses to support my stream. Okay, it's getting more interesting. I would have much rather drawn a land there, but that didn't happen. I could gust the 3-4, but I really don't want to gust earlier as opposed to later. But if we do find a land, then that works. I could also play the Great Horn on the Great Horn. I only use 3 of my 5 mana, so that's not great. But I do get 2 more lands, and then I'll have access to whatever I want, including Archipelago next turn. I guess it's build a beast day. Thank you, Otaf. Really appreciate the subscription. Like I said, I know these are tough times, so if you can't afford it, you don't want to spend extra money, I fully understand. Thank you just for tuning in. But for those who can, I do really appreciate the support for my stream. The land tapping was slightly awkward, but it didn't matter much. We have no 2-mana cards in the whole deck, and the opponent knows that because we have Karuga in the slot here. And we couldn't cast Gust of Wind. This doesn't have flying. I'm just going to try and go off with Archipelago again. If I put that here, we'll get taps, we'll lock them down, and we'll get a bunch of lands, and then we'll just draw a bunch of cards, gain life, bounce things. We'll have a million mana to dump our hand and play. I'm going to try and play this deck kind of like a storm deck here. Just going to put out more lands and draw more cards every turn, and keep them tapped down with Archipelago. So now we have 8, 6 for this, and then we can't do anything with the 2, or we can play 2 4s. This might be a good turn, though, to take off and play Gust and Wolf Bear first. Nah, we're not going to die, and if we get more lands, we'll probably win. I don't know. This turn, do we want to just use 6 for this? Or do we want to play 8 and play Wolf Bear and Gust of Wind? Well, I'm going to attack with the 7/7, I think. 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, Gust Wolf is probably right this turn. I'm attacking because it's a valuable 3, because it makes it 2 hits with Archipelago instead of 3, so reducing them from exactly 17 to 14 matters. Plus, if we're doing Gust and Wolf Bear, we're not like worried about dying or anything. We're not even taking very much damage on board. 4/4, of course, stops the ground creatures, so only the Glimmerbell has a clear attack. I guess they can suit up Heron on the Sabertooth, but again, we're not dying, so it's kind of whatever. So, do we have lethal? I don't think we have enough mana to lethal them. 6, 9, no. This isn't a human. So we can only 11 them. So we have to tap down their stuff. Oh yeah, we died a Glimmerbell. You're right. Yuck. Did I punt this? I can Archipelagore down their team, but they'll untap the Glimmerbell and kill me. I may have punted this game. I thought I would just Archipelagore here, tap down all their flyers. Yeah, I should have arched last turn. I punted. Honey, does that keep me alive? No, this is flying too. So I can play Karuga and see what we find. Honey doesn't keep me alive. I'll go to 6, and then I have to Honey and Pelagore to stay alive, which I don't have enough mana for. No, it's my fault. I forgot about the Glimmerbell, so like I needed to Archipelagore last turn like I wanted to. Yeah, so I'm going to play Karuga. We do have a Thort. We're drawing 2. Maybe we'll find it. Also, we could find like Fly or Gust of Wind if we have enough mana, which we probably don't. I punted this game. I apologize. This is a game I should have won. Assuming they didn't have anything surprising. Yeah, we did board in the 1 Thort, which I'm pretty happy we boarded in, so I Karuga'd, because if we found Thort, then we could have won still. Yeah, Pelagore taps 3 things. That's why I played it this way. But Glimmerbell on taps. Glimmerbell on taps itself and gets around Pelagore. That's the problem. Alright, now we'll get to be on the play. I don't mind the 1 Thort in against the flying tempo type deck. Yeah, I mean, it won't on-tap, but then they can pay the 2 mana to untap it anytime they want. Alright, not a great hand, not a horrible hand, but we've got 3 lands and 3 drops. That's all we can really ask for. We know our deck's loaded with business. Glimmerbell's good. I mean, it's not great. It's still kind of an underpowered card. You can definitely lose games in this format if you spend a whole card on a card that does nothing or does very little. Because this is a high power format. Like, a lot of the cards do a lot. Glimmerbell is like an acceptable 2-drop to mutate onto. I wouldn't say it's great. I wouldn't say it's horrible. Yeah, I probably should have boarded in the 3-5 reach. I mean, again, it's not like it's a great card, and we're on the play this game. So I'd kind of rather focus on my proactive plan. With all the extra card drawing and double Archipelagore and triple Frostlinks, I'm not really that worried about losing to Flyers the way we did. Like, it might happen, it might not. Okay, for now, I'm going to start with the Dolphin, because we can mutate onto that. Start building a Beast, which is what our deck does. This actually curves out nicely if they don't disrupt us. Greathorn gets a land, then we have 6 mana to play Bonder and Frostlinks. Then we can play Karuga and draw 3. So, no real choices here. Not going to attack. I don't want to really trade 3 for 3. If they mutate to hit me, I'm cool with that. Forest in hand. I guess I'll get an island. Oh, I need an island, actually, because I need 2 blue for Skybonder and 1 for Frostlinks. So assuming they don't disrupt us, we have a really nice curve here. Now we get to play 2 things, and then we'll see what we draw, of course, over the next 2 turns, but we have Karuga to draw 3 and refuel after that. They're just different cards for different decks. They're both excellent. If you're Blue-Green Mutate, you value Symbiote and Naturalist very highly. If you're Red-White Cycle, you value Stinger really highly, and Healer still pretty highly. Okay, that works out pretty well. They got to hit us because they mutated, but now we can lock that down with Lynx. Use all our mana like we talked about. What's it that I enjoy most this year? M20? M20 was still last year, right? M20 was wonderful. It's my favorite core set of all time. Ominous Seas is an absolute bomb in a cycling deck or in a blue-red spells deck. That deck draws cards. It plays Cathartic Reunion. It plays Of One Mind. It plays a few cyclers. Ominous Seas in a blue-green mutate deck, it's still playable, but it's not a bomb. But in either the cycling deck or the blue-red spells deck, Ominous Seas is a bomb. It's really good. Okay, so, wow. If we Monstrous Step, we can eat the Tapper. That's not great. That's not horrible. Otherwise, we could just Karuga and draw 3 while they can't scatter it. I think that's right. I think that we really want to lock up 3 cards here. 2 green open. Now let's leave a blue and a green open. Oh, we can't do anything. Oh, yeah, we have Parcel Beast. I was going to say we can't do anything with 2 mana anyway, but I'm happy to lock up 3 cards while I don't have to risk them countering it. Attack with Bonder. Do I want to trade Lynxes? Yes. It helps clear the way for other attackers. I've got more stuff than them. See no reason not to attack with it here. Also, trading blows is good because I can sneak in lethal with this. +7/+7 on a flyer if it's connecting. Could be lethal at any point. Yeah, but Shark Typhoon is one of the best rares. Shark Typhoon is amazing. So calling something a weaker Shark Typhoon is like calling something a weaker Vivian. Like, that's not saying anything. Alright, so if we Frostlinks the Tapper and they use it, are they dead? They're not going to tap the Flyer. They're going to tap the Karuga. +7 of the Flyer is 9. No, so we're a little short of lethal this turn that way. So, I mean, we can Frostlinks like the 3/4 Flyer. We can just attack this turn. So I think this turn what we want to do is Dreamtail Heron. Just slap it on the Frostlinks, because that's the only creature the Mentor has a profitable block on right now. Then I'm just going to go to combat. They'll probably tap Karuga. We can attack them for like 6 to 8. And then Frostlinks the 3/4 Flyer. We're under no pressure. There's no real need to Frost the Mentor, the Checkpoint Officer. If they sink lands into that, we're just winning by even more. Like, they're going to be at like 6 or something after this turn. Like, they're not going to have effective blocks on any of our creatures now. The Mentor doesn't fly. Alright, so they're subdueling it, so we won't get the card. Of course, we'll go over. So now, what do we want to do? That changes things a little bit. We can just hold back the 1/4, attack for 5, 8, 10. Still drop the Link, still tap the 3/4 Vulpikeet. Life's still good. Oh, I forgot that was a dolphin. I should have sent the Heron and just got in 1 more point, but whatever. See, like, it's tempting to attack the Officer, but it's a mistake, because they have to cast things. If the Officer's a chump blocker, then it's clearly better to tap a 3/4 Flyer than a 1/2. If they're spending 2 mana on the Officer, they're falling further behind, because I already have a board advantage. Tappers are awesome when you have infinite mana, and awesome when you're ahead on board. But when you're behind on board, you can't really just sink your mana into it. You have to catch up. Yeah, I forgot this was this Great Horn was a dolphin. I completely forgot that. All it cost us last turn was missing 1. But now that we remember it, if we get the window to hit with Step in it, then we can lethal with any creature. We don't need to Step to lethal them. They're now at 3. That was my point last turn. We checked for lethal last turn. The MDR. We checked for lethal last turn. We didn't have it. So then we had a good attack that was going to reduce them to somewhere between 3 and 6 life. At that point, we're not really counting on Step to lethal them. Our creatures are all just lethal because they're at 3 life. So let's say we pump the 1/4 Heron, the only creature that's currently on 1 power with Step. Then they can tap that. They've got 2 blockers for 5. So they have 3 to interact with 5. So if 2 get through, we win. So they have to be able to, like, play the card in their hand. Like, if they... Or they're dead on board. This is going to involve some chump blocks, and it's going to involve tying up their mana. This looks fine to me. So I'm going to pump my smallest creature. I don't care. What am I making block it? I guess the flyer. And then, if they don't tap this Great Horn, it's a dolphin. If they do... So I can make something else unblockable. If they do tap the Great Horn, the flyer now has to get eaten by the heron. They still have to play the card in their hand or they're dead on board. 3 creatures to stop 3 of my 5 means they take 4. Even if they have, like, Divine Arrow for the Karuga or the Great Horn, it's still just awesome for me here. In fact, if they let me attack, I don't think there's anything they can really do. I can make this Dreamtail Heron unblockable. Because the only instants they could play are, like, Divine Arrow. They're a mana short of Blade Banish. Gust of Wind's a sorcery. So I think they were pretty dead there. I mean, don't get me wrong. They weren't definitely dead. Like, they could flash in a blocker. But then it would just be a bunch of chump blocking, and it would just go extremely well for me. If your opponent says you're go, or nice, or good game, just always ignore them. I mean, if they say good game and you're winning and they're about to concede, you can say good game back and let them concede. But never change anything you do because of anything your opponent says. This is a rule for in person also, especially if you're playing against LSV and he reaches for his pen or some Bush League stuff like that. You just ignore your opponent when you're playing Magic. Like, your opponent should not really be a person to you when you're playing competitive Magic. You just, you know... If they suggest that you're taking too long, and this is a tournament with time rounds, say, please call a judge. I want you to. I don't think either me or you should judge whether I've taken too long, but if a judge tells me I need to play faster, I will, or whatever. But you should never, ever, ever listen to what your opponent says. You're playing a game against your opponent. You can say hello back at the start of the game. That's acceptable. But when they say your go, like, don't play faster because they said that, and don't get mad, just ignore them completely. I basically view it like my opponents aren't speaking English when they tell me things during games of Magic. Oh yeah, I'm obviously talking about competitive play. Obviously, if you're playing casual for fun, chat it up with your opponent. You don't care if you're giving things away or edge or anything like that. There's not really any reason to put out Frostlinks here. I mean, I could just to start attacking with it, but putting Parcel Beast on it next turn doesn't make a ton of sense. I'm just going to cast Parcel Beast. Save Frostlinks to tap something down later, like a Marmoset. Obviously, I'm talking about competitive Magic. Like, if it's F&M, but you're competing and it's a tournament, you can judge whatever, but just in general, and I'm not talking about pleasantries or whatever. I'm saying if your opponent says play faster and it's a serious competitive tournament, tell them to call a judge, and you should tell them to. You should want them to call a judge. You know, if your opponent tells you to make a play or whatever, though, they're not the judge. It's not for them to do that. You tell people to call a judge. Okay, I guess now I am going to play Frostlinks. I wish I had played it 2 turns ago, but again, they might have done things over these past couple turns. Now that they haven't, and I didn't find anything else to do yet, I'm just going to put it out. I now have Archipelagore to put on it, and I don't want to put Archipelagore on the Parcel Beast. With white, the only card they can have is Divine Arrow, right? I mean, they could pacify on their next turn, but that's just, I hit for 7, it's a good turn for me, whatever. So I think what I'm going to do first is activate Parcel Beast. If I get a land, I can put it in play and then Archipelagore the Frostlinks. If I don't get a land, I'm just going to attack with the Frostlinks. I obviously don't care if they Divine Arrow the 2/2, but I'm not going to invest the Dream Heron into it. And then post-combat, I can play Dream Heron. No, well, I didn't want to miss Parcel Beasting for the turn to play to Archipelagore. So that's why I needed to hit a land, because it comes right into play. Okay. So, like, if I hit the land off Parcel Beast, I then play the land for my hand, have 6 in Archipelago or the Frostlinks, and hit them for 7. If I don't hit the land, I hit them for 2 and play the Heron. Yeah, I mean, look, these 12-land cycle decks, I mean, they're broken when they run super smoothly, but, again, you are playing 12, 13 lands. You can't play 16, 17 lands in these decks. You will flood out every time. If you remember the one I started my stream Oathring with, which, again, wasn't a great version, I didn't get there, but I had to play, like, 15 lands because I didn't really have enough playables. One of my 15 cycled, and one was an Evolving Wilds, and I flooded out infinite and lost some pretty close games. You really want to play about 13 land in these cycling decks. Sometimes even I play 12. If you have enough 1-mana cyclers, I go to 12 usually. 13 is like the mode, and 12 is more likely than 14. Thank you, Jeffrey G, for the generous 500-bit donation. Really appreciate the support for my stream. Alright, similar to last turn, they can't do anything to own me if I go for Archipelago. They can kill the Frostlinks in response, but I still get the 7/7, so who cares? So I'm going to go ahead and Archipelago up Frostlinks. I'm just going to attack with Parcel Beast now. I'm not worried about activating in card advantage anymore. Presumably they have a Fire Prophecy or a Divine Arrow. That's what they're going to do here. If they Divine Arrow Parcel Beast, then I'm hitting for extra damage with the Heron. And I'm putting the opponent on a really quick clock. Like now they have to deal with Archipelago or they're just dead. Also, we don't need Parcel Beast card advantage as much, just like we don't need Empathies, because we have Karuga. I don't know, why Gore Heron? We're kind of combining good threats. Like, I don't need to connect for 7. Like, that wasn't, like, a particular concern. They Fire Prophesied a 2/2. Okay, this seems like a no-brainer. Let's just bounce their creature. Yes, I could bounce Pacifism. Oh, wait, I might have had Lethal. 7, 10, 12. No, okay, I was short. Would have been pretty bad to miss Lethal. Otherwise, then I'd rather bounce their creature and make them re-spend the mana on it. But if I could gust the Pacifism and just attack for lethal, that would be better, of course. I don't think I missed lethal. I think I was 1 short. If I Great Horn the Pelagor to tap and gust the Pacifism, I count 12 and they were at 13. I'm not playing Karuga because I can put more stuff out and draw more cards. And I'm like... basically putting out the same power, roughly. I'm not really under any pressure. If I mutate the 2/4 for the extra power, I don't get to use... they have a blocker. They had Save Thundermane. If I mutate onto the pacified creature to tap theirs, then I gust the pacifism, I'm 1 short. 7, 10, 12. They were at 13. Okay, so what are we going to do now? They've got 1 white open. There's nothing you can do with that. Can we lethal? Yes. If we just tap their blocker, they're just dead. Easy game. So now we'll mutate onto the pacified creature. I don't even think there's anything for 1 white. I mean, there are combat tricks, but combat tricks don't save them here. Right, but Indestructible doesn't help you against getting tapped. There's also the Flash and Aura that gives +1/+1 and has a creature deal damage equal to its toughness. But again, that doesn't help you from getting tapped. So we're definitely not boarding in Thord against a cycle deck. Convolute, if we see Zenith, is pretty good. They're very rarely going to have 8 out. But I don't want to have to try and convolute, like, their creatures because they're pretty cheap. I'll keep an eye on it for game 3 on the play if I get there. But I think here, I'm not going to board in convolutes. Actually, these Terrans might be good against them. They rely on... I love that Voxy called it this. They rely on Tap-Trition to dominate the board in the late game, tapping everything. Hexproof is really good against the red-white cycling deck sometimes. Hey, what's up, Detsy? Tap-Tition is masterful. A+ Voxy. So I think Phase Dolphin's not great against them. And I'm going to board out Mammoth just because I have to take something out if I'm bringing in these expensive cards. I'm going to bring in 2 of these. I think the Hexproof can be excellent against the cycling deck if they're relying on Tap-Tritions. This hand sucks, but we have lands. I think I'm supposed to keep. It's not like I'm going to draw a hand with cheap cards in it. I can cycle the step if I don't draw a 3-drop. Got the Ikoria. I don't really think you mull a land heavy hand with the stack, because it's not like I can draw 2-drops. I know it looks ugly, this hand, but remember, this isn't an attrition-based deck at all. All we really want to do is make land drops, and then play some things in Ikoria, or bounce some things in Ikoria. I mean, it is Deathsea's fault if we flood. We know he's the official landlord, but I really think a hand like this and a deck like this is totally fine. Like, if you already look at it, I drew in my first 2 draws, I drew 1 land and 1 3-drop. And now I can play this, then gust something, then step something maybe, or Ikoria and draw more cards. Like, it's not like I can mulligan and draw a better hand with Essence Scatter or something. There are no cards that cost less than 3 in this deck. It is okay to take out a land on the draw in general. This deck, though, I just want to make land drops forever. Most of the games that I've struggled so far have been because I missed land drops, or because I had to do things to try and dig up land drops. I didn't cut the Dolphin, I meant to. I thought I cut the Dolphin and the Honey Mammoth for the 2 3/6 Terrans. Well, you're right, I see the Dolphin. The Terrans are in there. Am I 41 on accident? 31, 34, 37, 40, 41. Yeah, I just misclicked and didn't cut the Dolphin. I meant to. No big deal. My limited rank is not even ranked. I'm like 93 or 94% or something. I've been getting crushed. "13-land cycling decks can flood too. If you remember yesterday, I insisted on playing that Dino rare in it, because that card's a good flood mitigator. Flood is still one of the main ways cycling decks lose, even at 13 lands. Because remember, you're not 13 and 40, you're 13 and 30 when you're going to cycle 10 times a game. The reason you're playing 13 is because a lot of your cards are literally 1 mana draw a card, do nothing. So you're really way less than a 40 card deck, effectively. Okay, I think I'm going to put the Recluse on the sky. Oh, no, I can't. It's a human. So I guess, what do we want to do? This isn't going to be a great turn. I think I'm just going to cast the Recluse. I could bounce the Marmoset for 2, but then I don't have anything else to do with the other 2 mana. This way, I have Monstrous Step and Ikoria, so if they play a creature, like if they hit me for 2 and play a Stinger or something, I can use Monstrous Step and just eat the Stinger. If I draw like a 3-drop, I can gust Marmoset and play the 3-drop and attack with both. Even if none of that happens, I can just play Ikoria and draw some cards. I don't think I want to cycle this Monstrous Step. I think it's going to be a pretty effective card against red-white. At some point, they'll tap out, and I'll kill them with Skybonder, or I'll eat like a good creature. Even if I just deal 7 to them with this, it could be useful that way. And even if I just Gust of Wind this turn now, I still have 3-up, and I have a lot of 3-drops in my deck. So at least I have my Draw Step and my Gust of Wind card to find a 3-mana card to use my mana more effectively. So I guess now I'm just casting the 3/4, though. That's not great. Unfortunately, it doesn't fly, and they killed the Recluse. So I can't make them block with Monstrous Step like I was hoping. If I Gust of Wind, Great Horn costs 4, not 3. It's not really a great situation for me. I know, Thundermane's going to eat the flyer, potentially. I'm not happy about it. But I can't mutate onto it. Monstrous Step doesn't work because the Thundermane can't block the flyer. I could play Ikoria. It is a nice body. I could also just play Great Horn. It's smaller than Ikoria, but Ikoria will likely draw more cards later. Nah, next turn I have Great Horn and Gust, potentially. Yeah, I think we got to not be greedy and just play Ikoria. You're right. And then we'll hit for 2. See if those 3/6 hexproofs can come in for us here. Also, if they don't have any Tap-Tricians, then we can always give it flying and then kill them in the air with Monstrous Step plus Terron. Well, there's that Tap-Trician. I blame Voxy for this. It's actually not going that bad, though. They might even be almost dead. We can bounce that N+7. Is that lethal? 14. We're 2 points short. We can also Archipelagor on a Karuga. That doesn't seem great right now. I think they already have no blocks. Oh, but I'm at 5, so I do have to make sure I don't die on the backswing. I mean, I shouldn't, but I do have to make sure it doesn't happen. So I want to Gust. And then I have 4 left to spend for, like, Great Horn. But if they play... I have to have 2 blockers up or I might accidentally die. The 3/6 Hexproof gets me through this turn pretty well, though, because it does have Hexproof. But I still have to block 2 things. So close to lethal, yet so far. Yeah, we just have to not die, I agree, but it's not that easy. So, I mean, I want to Gust, like, Marmoset, I think, or Snare Tactician, and then have 2 blockers. So, like, if I Gust Snare Tactician and play Great Horn, and then I can hit for 5, and then I should be able to kill them next turn, most likely. I think Tactician makes the most sense. That's the one I need off the board the most. I have to leave up 2 blockers to make sure I don't just die if they have a Cycler. I can hit for 5. Yeah, because if they cycle to kill the Skybonder, they can't also play Tactician, Tap-Tician. They don't have that much mana. And if they, right now, they could, like, cycle and kill Skybonder and force me to chump Marmoset. But as long as they can't do something else, too, that's actually fine. Because then I just kill them with Macro Sage and +7/+7. They have to be able to also play a 2-mana creature, which they might have, but there's no reason to put in their hand. Well, Zenith Flare, can't do anything about that. Okay, so we did see the Flare, plus a bunch of 3-drops, so I think I'm going to board in the Convolute on the play. Still like the Herons. Maybe we'll leave 1 in. Maybe we'll take 1 out. I don't think these mid-sized creatures are great against them. They've got Tap-Tician, and they've got like Marmoset and so on. I'm going to take out Dolphin. Not going to take out a land. I'm going to take out Great Horn and Dolphin. I do think Red-White Cycle is overpowered. I think it's the best deck in the format. I think Zenith should have been a Mythic, and Tap-Tician should have been an uncommon. Alright, not great, not horrible. Remember, we don't have any 2-drops, so it's not like we're going to draw one. Yeah, 5 toughness would be okay. Kahira, whatever. The Black-White Humans deck is good, too. I think you can draft anything in this format. If only one player in a pod gets Red-White Cycling, their deck's totally busted. But assuming 3 people are drafting it, like should happen every pod, then it's a balanced format, I think. So if it's open, make sure you take it. But you saw how my deck wasn't great when it was clearly being overdrafted in that first draft I did today. That's just the number of people that should draft it based on how good it is and how much availability there is of it. I think the format is bound. I think if 4 people try and draft it in a single pod, their decks will end up quite bad. I think if only 2 are, their decks will still be good. I think 3 is about the balance. It has a lot of good commons. Tactician, Stinger, Healer, plenty of 1-mana cyclers. And then it's not like it has one uncommon built around. Yeah, Zenith is way better than everything else. But Thundermane is good. The 2-mana 3-1 that makes 1/1s is excellent. Fox is good. Like, it has a lot of good cards. So I think it should support. I think if 2 people draft in a pod, their decks will be good. If 3, their decks will be balanced. If 4, their decks will be bad. I think 3 is about where it should find its balance. Okay, so I can Recluse onto that if I want to and hit for 6. I could also Frostlinks the Marmoset. I think I can wait one more turn. Like, I think what I want to do now is just attack for 4 and play another 4/4 this turn. That's the most power and toughness I can get out. And I don't want to let myself get too low. But if they're cycling to deal me 4 or 6 this turn, they're not adding to the board. And then I have Frostlinks and a Gust. So I think I can win this race, potentially. I mean, look, they might have Swallow Hole. Who knows? They have a Zenith they played last game. Not saying we're going to win or lose, but I think I can take another hit from the Marmoset here. Well, that's not as good, because now they get to attack with the Healer as well. It's 4 for 4. So now I want to get the Gnar out, and I really want to make land drops. So now I think it's time to Gust of Wind the Marmoset. Try and make our land drop, please. If we draw land next turn, that's really good for us. We can then play Gnar and Frostlinks, or even just Terron. I'm not 100%. Probably Gnar and Frostlinks. I don't know what they'll do. I hope so, Ruffia. It's not going to be a fun format if the bots are ignoring cycling. Hopefully they'll consider cycling the best deck and value all those cards highly. But I can't tell you what they're going to do. So now let's see. We didn't get the land. We could Frostlinks it and hit them for 4. Or we could Monster Step. There's nothing they can do for 1 white. We could just eat the Marmoset. It's really hoping to double spell this turn. Could also just hit for 4 and play Karuga. That helps us be able to find the land drop. Uses all our mana. Definitely all very reasonable options. I guess hit for 4 and play Karuga looks pretty good. Zenith's not really on yet. But I can't block the Marmoset this turn. So then next turn I Frostlinks. I guess they're at exactly 9, and Karuga plus Bear is 9. So if they don't have 2 blockers up, Frostlinks wins the game. Oh, but they could have a 1-mana cycler, so I can't really just attack into Marmoset here and let them cycle. So I think I'm going to Monster Step. There's nothing they can do for 1 white to own me. I'll just kill the Marmoset. It's not the greatest thing ever, but if I drew land 6, I could have gotten further ahead. Since I didn't, I'll just kill the Marmoset and continue on with my business. Maybe next turn I'll spike a land, and then I can double spell, like I was hoping to do this turn. Yeah, there's fight as 1, but they're probably not playing it. Can't play around everything, y'all. There's no reason to put that card... Put an uncommon that's not a high priority for the deck in their hand when it's game 3 and we haven't seen it yet. Whereas 1-mana cyclers, of course, they're playing every copy of that they can, and there's like a bunch of different commons that cycle for 1. So, I mean, I'd much rather lose to fight as 1 than a 1-mana cycler. They have 2 cyclers in the yard at the moment. So they didn't attack. So are they planning to block and then I guess cycle and finish off the wolf bear? Still no land, which is all I was really hoping to draw. I think I just have to play Karuga, get my card, and then I'm not going to attack. If they want to cycle, they can't shock me, so all they're doing is gaining one. So we'll chill for now. I think I like Karuga more than Mutate. It gives us a second body. Plus it helps us hit that all-important land drop. You remember how I kept saying how I want more lands, not less, in my 18-land deck? It's a whole different world when you have a 5-mana 5/4 card drawing engine every game. Flood out is not a concern of mine. Screw is a big concern. Like, this game, if I had hit land 6 2 turns ago, I'd be in much better shape. Alright, so if we block, they're definitely going to cycle. That doesn't mean we should or shouldn't block. Don't really want to keep taking damage, but what is our next turn going to look like? If we block, they cycle, they get a 3/2 and a 2/2. We hit back for 5, play a 3/6 hexproof. They shouldn't be able to attack into that unless they can zenith us out. They're now at 3. This will make 4 and the cycle will make 5. And then 3 will make 8. We should be at 10, so we shouldn't die. I don't think we want to take damage because of zenith, so I'm going to block. And then this turn, we can attack for 5, play Frostlinks and Gnar, or play the 3/6. There's not really any reason to double block. I didn't draw any of my humans. A 5/4 is just better than a 4/4 right now. Like, it's definitely relevant with them at exactly 15. I'm not, like, scared they're going to, like, have this Drowned Killer live. I mean, if they Divine Arrow or something, whatever. Like, all they have to do is cycle to kill my Wolf Bear. Like, double block just lets them kill a 5/4 instead of a 4/4 most of the time. So now we're definitely going to attack. If they double block, I'll be ecstatic. We've got 7 to work with. So we could Recluse and hit them for 7. That doesn't seem great. I think we need to put out the hexproof creatures so that they can't, like, kill our creature and attack. I am worried about getting Zenithed out. I've got that Convolute if I can draw it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they're halfway there. I mean, hopefully we can end up in a spot where we Frostlinks the on-tap blocker and kill them. It's going to be a tight one. Yeah, well, if you know they have Zenith, you have to attack as much as possible. Otherwise, we'll just Zenith you out in the late game. I'm not worried about them getting to 8 in time. Like, if I draw Convolute, then we can try and switch gears a little. But for right now, I'm living in constant fear of Zenith. I'm not actually sure which of these is better to block. So, can I kill them? I need +5. So, probably not. If they cycle twice and I take 4 and go to 6, I die. If I block here and they cycle twice, I go to 7, I still die. So Zenith's going to kill me pretty much no matter what. Say they go like cycle, double strike, they're going to be short. If I draw Archipelagor, gosh, I'm even 1 point short if I draw that card. Yeah, I can tap down whatever. It's more the extra damage that I'm worried about right now. I think I'm pretty much just dead to Zenith regardless if I don't top deck Convolute. I do die to Zenith right now to 2 1-mana Cyclers plus Zenith. But that wasn't going to be... I couldn't live through a Zenith next turn regardless. I need to draw Convolute here. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not going to concede. I'm going to make them cast it. I'm just saying I'm trying to figure out how to live through Zenith or kill them. I did board in the Convolute, but I didn't draw it. One, two, three, four, five, six. They got me with Xaxes. Terran is good in this matchup. I'm not going to concede. I'm going to make them play it. But it is the card that's on my mind, obviously. I understand they might not have it. They also could not have it but could just keep tapping things with Snare Tactician to buy time now. Boo, just got the 2-1. Lost to the end boss with our Karuga deck there. A good red-white cycling. Thank you, River Run. Appreciate the support after the loss. You're welcome, you're welcome. We're going to do one more draft tonight. Like I said, those first 2 best of ones were really fast. Especially the first one, which I 0-3'd. So, let's jump into one more. Thank you, Windrake. Appreciate that subscription. Pump Fake. Just got to tease you a little, you know. Enter the draft queue, get right out. No, I'm talking to Detsy. I think he might jump in and we might draft together or something like that. Give me 1 second. We're definitely going to do another draft tonight. Either just me or me and Detsy. Either on my channel or on his or something. I'm not 100% sure. Y'all asked when the next... Genis MTG asked like an hour ago, when's the next Ben and Deathsea draft? So, you ask, you shall receive. We're going to give you the next Ben and Deathsea draft right now. What more than that can you want? Yeah, hold on though. I need to switch you to my headphones like right now. I'm just streaming this call, which obviously isn't a huge deal, but you know. Obviously, I don't know how to do anything, as everybody knows. This video. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're in my ear right now, but I'm still like live streaming, obviously. Uh, yep. If I sound like I'm talking to myself, Chad, I'm not. I'm talking to Deathsea. I put on the headphones so he could talk to me in my ear because he's going to be streaming the draft too. So we're going to do a draft. We're going to do the last draft of the night for me here together. So you're going to get the Ben and Deathsea perspective. He's obviously tech supporting because you know I can't because you know me since you watch my stream. And I don't think blowing on it is going to make it happen. And that's pretty much all I got. I'm pretty sure they can't hear you. I've got you in my headphones. I can hear you in my headphones. Okay. So then they will be able to hear you? Okay. OBS. We'll be drafting in just a second. Give me 1 second, y'all. And then desktop audio. Well, it's not showing that as an option, but I can just use the speakers, and then, if that's what we're doing, they'll just
Yeah,
hear you.
you can try to just use a speaker. So you'd have to change on Discord the output to your speakers.
Oh, they hear you.
Oh, wait.
It
Oh, they
worked.
hear me. Okay.
Thank you,
Did
chat.
you did you do something, Ben?
I switched it to default, but it didn't say anything about the like wireless headphones. But I guess they're the
Okay.
default now.
Okay. Okay. So next thing, are you using Streamlabs OBS or are you using
Streamlabs
a different
OBS,
one?
yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go ahead and right click on your actual just on your so on the OBS where you see your giant stream, just go ahead and right click on it.
Okay.
And then we're going to create a source projector.
Create source projector.
Uh-huh.
I see output projector, stream output projector, recording output projector.
Sure. Try to create stream output projector.
Full screen display.
Okay. And then go ahead and switch there on one of the full screen displays until you see your entire screen. Your entire stream, I mean.
I don't understand what you mean.
So here at the top, switch the full screen display to just try all of them and see which one
Like
pulls up
that?
your stream.
Did that do what you wanted or no?
Well, what do you see right now?
A draft on my whole screen.
Okay, so yeah, so okay, now so go ahead and full screen that and tab out of it, but don't minimize it. And then here on Discord, you're gonna want to share screen with me, and then you're gonna share that screen with me.
Okay, we're almost ready, y'all. Appreciate the patience. Trying to bring you a Ben and Deathsea draft.
Perfect. Okay, sure. Okay. Let me go ahead and add yours to mine here.
I do what I can, Sushi Monster.
All right. It looks like I'm good on my end, actually.
Okay, so we're gonna start now. Everything looks good, right? Y'all can see it. Deathsy said he's good on his end. Deathsy knows how everything works. It's amazing. When we recorded that video, he's just like, "Oh yeah, do this, do that, do this, do that." I'm like, "Okay." Like I don't know how anything works.
You live and you learn, you know. Oh man, all self-taught, but it took a long time. It took a long time to learn everything.
Deathsy, they said if you can you turn your volume down just a little bit?
Sure. So I think that you need to do that
Okay,
on your
sure.
side.
Sure, you're
So
gonna have to
on
tell me
desktop
though.
audio, just go ahead and pull me down a little bit on the bar there.
On just general audio. How's that? Deathsy? Did I lose you right as we were about to start?
Yep. So, I think it sounds good.
Okay, cool.
Shall let us know here.
Yeah, my camera is sized for the in-game portion, not the draft portion. But the pack is up, so what do you like here, Deathsy?
Okay, so Zerda, I have tried as a companion once, and I'm not honestly convinced. This is the only companion I'm not convinced by, but I'm willing to try it again. Otherwise, I'm down to pick Sterix or honestly Vantasaur.
I agree. I don't think you can use Zerda as a companion. I just don't even think it's doable. I think Sterix is probably the best by a lot. Yeah, I guess with Zerda you can go the cycling deck, but I mean,
But you can't play the cycling payoffs.
yeah, there's a lot of cards you can't play, right? I
Yeah.
think Sterix is pretty much a one-card combo deck. Like, all you do is mutate that onto something, especially with Naturalist, just ramping it out, not putting it on the Naturalist. And then, like, you mutate on a second time, you just have a million things. Like, it just feels pretty gross.
Yeah, it does feel pretty gross. Like every time you mutate it, you get like 3 or 4 lands. Wait, that's not everyone's experience? Oh.
All right, so we went with the Starks, which I think is the right pick over Zerda. So our choices here, I don't really like Lead the Stampede that much. I don't know how you feel about it. I haven't had good experiences.
Nope.
Zagath Mamba's fine.
I've cast Lead the Stampede into Lutri, which is pretty sick, but yeah, outside of that, not really that exciting.
So I think this is a pick, basically. There's like Great Horn to stay on color, Mambo, which is probably better if we go green-black, Cloud Piercer, which I think is about equivalent to Great Horn and a different color, so there's not like a lot of reason to take.
I think I'm on just Greathorn here. Greathorn's one of my top green commons. Even though I'm not that fond of green in this format, honestly, or any format, I think it's quite reasonable.
Yeah, I think Great Horn's totally fine. Starks is one of the best uncommons in the set. Staying on color's fine. Yeah. If we end up green-black, I think we'd rather have Mamba by a little bit than Starks, but I mean than Great Horn, not than Starks. But I don't think we're missing much here by staying on color. Like, Mamba's fine. I don't think it's like super great or anything.
Okay, next pick here.
Yeah,
Titan's Nest has actually been pretty good for me.
Yeah, it's fine, but it's a 3-color card. I mean, obviously, if we're Sultai Mutate, then we'd be happy to have it. But I think here we just stay on color and take Mentor. The little creatures that you want to mutate onto, Brushwag and Symbiote, are also mentorable. They're not humans. So, like, Mentor works out pretty well in the green mutate decks because you can either play it on curve on turn 3 and buff your little small things, or you can play it later and buff your giant things like Starks. Like, I'm not anti-Soul Titan's Nest or anything, but I don't think we take a Sultai card when there's a good green uncommon that fits our deck, and we have 2 good green cards here at this point.
I will say that the Mentor is a little bit awkward, though, just because in general, like, you want to play your 3-drops on curve, but then you also want to play this like a little bit later on. But
well, yeah, I agree with that. But my point was like Brushwag and Symbiote, you can play on turn 1 or 2, and then you can play your Mentor on curve. And then obviously, if you have a Great Horn or something, you can play your Mentor later and give something giant trample.
So here we have some pretty interesting decisions to make as well. We could pick Fertile to stay in a color. Alternatively, we have like Gopher Blood and a Boot Nipper and even a Momentum Rumbler.
Yeah, and don't sleep on Thieving Otter in a Mutate deck.
Yeah, that's true as well. Though I'm not that fond of blue-green, I suppose. But I'm not sure like how highly we're supposed to pick up 1-mana cycling if we're not in cycling decks.
Not very highly. It's not particularly important.
So use on a draft normally. So the normal pick would just be Fertilid, but it's up to you.
Well, I don't think we have to stay Fertilid green because it's the weakest of all these cards. Like, we could take Swallowhole, Boot Nipper, Fertilid, Otter. Yeah. I'm fine with the Boot Nipper there.
Okay.
I don't like Fertilid very much because 3 is when you have Great Horn and when Mentor and access to other things.
Yep.
I think getting good 2s to mutate onto, like Nipper with Lifelink or Death Touch, is excellent. I especially like Nipper because you can play it on Death Touch if you're not going to mutate onto it, or you can play it on Lifelink if you're going to put a Great Horn on it, and then that's a really good card. On turn 3, you put Great Horn on it, hit for 3, gain 3. They can't block a 3/4 on turn 3.
So what do you want here? Is it just a conservative coil bug?
I think it's just a conservative coil bug. I know these aren't exciting black cards to go into, but Fertilid's not an exciting green card, and this pack has no green cards. And it's not like there are really good cards in any color. Like, if we took Otter, we would take Subdual. But we're not missing out on a ton. Subdual's like a fine trick. It's nothing special. Coil bug.
Actually pretty happy if I'm actually pretty happy if we get some Survivor's Bonds late.
Yeah, and Coil Bug's good in these decks. It works with Mutual Destruction. But also, Coil Bug's just a good card to mentor onto, because if they kill it, you just get it back later. Okay, seems like a pretty easy ram through now. I like Naturalist, but we already have 2/2 drops. We'll gladly play any Naturalist we can, but I mean, I think we want to get our first removal spell with our Death Touch and our big green. We're also not committed to black. Like, we're 100% to play green, but we're like 50% to play black.